Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Our next plenary session will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats at this time.
Good morning. We can do better than that. Good morning. Okay. On December 1st, 2021, the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe said, "An issue for Taiwan is an issue for Japan." He made those comments in the context that Taiwan, Japan, and indeed the wider global community had a joint stake in peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Throughout Prime Minister's 9 years in government, he was always clear that democracy, security, and international partnerships go hand in hand. His development of the first strategy towards a free and open Indo-Pacific inspired the U.S. and others to follow in his footsteps. Today, that legacy is continued by Ms. Aki Abe. As First Lady, Mrs. Abe fiercely championed human rights, and she broke down barriers using technologies like social media to reach a wider audience. Mrs. Abe is a great friend of Taiwan. Over the past 2 years, she's visited Taiwan twice, continuing her family's strong friendship with the country while strengthening cultural and people-to-people ties between Taiwan and Japan. She is a true statesperson, dedicated to freedom and democracy in East Asia and beyond. Mrs. Abe, it's a great honor to welcome you to HFX Taipei. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and very nice to meet you all. I am Aki Abe from Japan. First of all, Mr. Peter Van Plug, thank you for having me today. Before I go into the main subject, let me touch on how I came to speak before you today. I am neither a security expert nor a politician. However, having been the wife of Japan's longest-serving prime minister, I have had the privilege of meeting many people. One of those is Mr. Yosuke Nagai, a friend of mine and the founder of Accept International, who is here with us today. He connected me to this Halifax forum. Moreover, Taiwan holds a special place in my heart and my husband's. So I am here with the hope that I can somehow make a contribution. Dear fellows, don't you feel that the world has been changing too rapidly and dramatically these days? Even considering the short period since 2020, when my husband stepped down as Prime Minister, we have witnessed the COVID-19 pandemic, significant developments in Myanmar, Afghanistan, Ukraine, Gaza, as well as numerous natural disasters. At the same time, new social challenges like deep fakes have emerged. Are we not overwhelmed and paralyzed by the constant stream of these shocking events? These are the incidents that require us to support the affected people in a thorough manner. However, the world seems to be losing the capacity and compassion to help those who have been affected. In the past, it might have been the role of a few people in power to protect society. However, in this changing world, there are too many things to deal with. Therefore, it's not superheroes who will save the world, but each of us needs to play our part. I feel that it is important to create a society in which individuals can demonstrate their strengths in various fields, including politics, economics, culture, society, and the local community. Many of you here are experts in security and leaders with a strong will to make this world a better and safer place. Mr. Nagai, whom I introduced earlier, supports the reintegration of terrorists and soldiers in places like Somalia and Yemen. There is much we should learn from this young leader who entered conflict zones in Africa where he had no connections. He faces terrorists not as violence but as neighbors. He embodies loving one's neighbor, hating the sin but not the sinner. Ladies and gentlemen, this year makes the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, which brought about many tragedies, including those in Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Auschwitz, among others. Personally, I believe that numbers hold various meanings. The fact that President Trump has returned to office in this milestone year may also have some suggestions. My late husband, who passed away in 2022, built a close and trusting friendship with President Trump. While President Trump's words can sometimes be provocative, I think his true nature is that he loves peace and has a warm heart. I want to say with optimism what he will change and how the world will respond. Dear guests, I cannot help but think that holding this year's Halifax Forum for the first time in Asia, especially in Taiwan, at this particular time, carries great significance. My husband once said, a contingency of Taiwan is a contingency for Japan. He loved Japan, he loved Taiwan, and he wished for peace in this region more than anyone. I believe in the power of love. I'm honored to be a fortunate witness of the messages you will send out to the world today, feeling his love for peace with me. Thank you very much.
The first week of December, a series of drones took off in the northeast region of Ukraine, of Kharkiv. But this was no ordinary drone assault. This was dozens of land drones operating in concert with aerial drones in what was to be the very first all-drone assault on a Russian position. These Russians were entrenched along a forest area and had not been able to be pushed out by Ukrainian forces for quite some time. But less than 100 pilots and logisticians, soldiers worked together from different locations to coordinate kamikaze land drones with reconnaissance aerial drones, with ground machine gun mounted drones and UAVs that sent a battlefield picture of all of the above. In this one assault, the first of its kind, the Ukrainian forces were able to push Russian forces out without a single person on the ground. Ukrainian troops came in afterwards and they took that position over. And to this day, they still hold that position. The reason I bring up this story is because it's an example, in my view, of what a free people can create, the innovation that comes about from a democratic society that is able to, in a centralized way, create new things. My name is Tim Mack. I'm the founder of a publication based in Kyiv called Counteroffensive Pro, and we cover Ukrainian defense technology and innovation, as well as the regulatory environment there for Western defense companies and venture capitalists and so on and so forth. I'm really pleased to help moderate this conversation. I'll be joined with my panelists here, Ms. Fan Yun. She's a legislator for the DPP. We have Matt Pottinger. He's the chairman of the China program at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. We have Dr. Hanna Hopko. She's the co-founder of the International Center for Ukrainian Victory. And then at the very end there, we have Ambassador Mark Lippert. He's the former U.S. ambassador to South Korea and a member of the HFX Board of Directors. Dr. Hopko, I wanted to start with you, if you don't mind, since we're talking about the resilience of democracies, and Ukraine has really been at the forefront of illustrating that in the world. Right now, there's a big question when it comes to resilience in democracies as to whether Ukraine is in a position to hold elections. The United States is pressing for it. You've heard the comments from people like National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and Donald Trump himself pressing for that issue. Is Ukraine in a position to do that? Is it in a position to hold these elections? Should they be held?
Thank you for these important questions, and thank you, Peter and Halifax Security Forum, for organizing this event in Taiwan, because I do believe that victory in Ukraine matters for Indo-Pacific region, and I will stress on the word victory, because I still believe that this war is winnable one, and you started the panel was demonstrating how technologies and innovations could kick Russians out from our territory. So the fighting spirit is in Ukraine still very high, and actually we understand that Russia cannot defeat Ukraine for centuries. And actually today is the 11th anniversary from the invasion of Russian Federation in Ukraine, when the Green Man was shown up in Crimea. So this is how the illegal annexation of Crimea started 11 years ago. So from green mans to drones and robots which are now operating in the battlefield. So also from Russia acting alone back in 2014 to access of evil countries. We call them four horses of apocalypse, who are already institutionalized their alliance, and we produced, by the way, this important paper countering the access of authoritarian states, lessons from Ukraine and challenges for European security. So elections, of course, since Russia cannot defeat Ukraine in the battlefield, so they want to destabilize us from within the society. And I cannot imagine elections during the free and fair elections when daily Russia is terrorizing Ukrainians with massive combined cruise ballistic missiles, kamikaze drones, deliberately attacking residential area, critical energy infrastructure. So Ukrainians are not against elections. As soon as Russia is defeated and security conditions are allowed, and the more, bullets we receive to defeat Russia, the better we will think about ballots and go to the elections. So this is very clear. And according to Ukrainian constitution, during the martial law, elections is prohibited. Also, our defenders who are now in trenches in the battlefield, they deserve to participate in elections also as voters, as a future candidate to Ukrainian parliament or president. So there are many arguments why first priority is security, and we have to end the war and to see that Russia pay price for starting the aggression 11 years ago, because when aggression started from illegal annexation of Crimea, it's now turned to daily massive torture in the occupied territories, and also daily terrorism against critical energy infrastructure, nuclear terrorism. So I think, and what I'm very thankful to seven states who already adopted a resolution, including Canada, Czech Republic, Poland, Lithuania, recognizing Russian aggression as a genocide. So Russian aggression against Ukraine is a genocide. If we analyze the number of war crimes, crimes against humanity, also ecocide, forceful deportation of kids, can you imagine more than 20,000 of Ukrainian kids were either kidnapped or deported to Russia? And what's happening with Ukrainian kids? They are now being brainwashing, and Russians are teaching them how to become in the future soldiers fighting against Ukraine and fighting against West.
Ms. Fan, I want to turn to you as we thinking about the lessons learned from civil society in Ukraine. Dr. Hopko has been a leader in civil society in Ukraine and really pushing for democratic resilience in that society. I want you to talk to us a little bit about Taiwanese societal resilience, what kind of lessons they're learning from the war in Ukraine, and what they're doing to increase the civilian side resilience to a possible conflict.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fan Yun. You can call me Yun or Fan Yun. This is my second term as a legislator. Just want to tell you that before I entered Congress in 2020, as the moderator mentioned, that I used to be from the civil society. I'm an activist from student movement in late 90s to women's movement since 2000. Okay, so when I saw the title, Democracy Equal to Resilience, what does that mean? I think there are two kinds of discussion. One is to argue that democracy is more resilient than autocracy. Okay, the other is to ask under what conditions a democracy can respond to challenges without losing its democratic characteristic. As Dr. Hopko just mentioned, they will go back to electoral democracy later. Okay, as a Taiwanese, I'm more interested in the second kind of question. Having researched later, I found that scholars have identified several key factors about democratic resilience, including democracy stock, the rule of law, executive constraint, anti-pluralist party restriction, which, you know, in Taiwan you can witness, we have a very vibrant political environment, and the robustness of civil society that, you know, you are asking about. So I want to focus on democracy stock and the robustness of civil society to share my observation about Taiwan and, you know, maybe talk about what we can learn from Ukraine. I think, you know, Taiwanese people, you know, keep a closely watch what happened in Ukraine and think that, you know, whether we can improve, you know, our resilience. Okay, so I will say that first, Taiwan has a very rich democracy stock. This is our strength. There have been 4 generations of democracy fighters in Taiwan's history. The first generation were the political elites killed during the February 28 incident in 1947, right after KMT regime came to Taiwan. Then the second generation were those who fought for political freedom, including freedom of speech since the 1970s. And they found the then illegal political party, DPP, before the lifting of martial law. The third generation launched the Wild Lily student movement, calling for a democratic Congress in 1990. I'm very proud to be one of the leading students back then. And the fourth generation was Sunflower Movement. You saw the clip in the opening video yesterday. I'm even prouder to be a professor outside of our Congress to support many of my students' occupation of the Congress to stop a trade deal with China. So I would say that the legacy of these past experiences of resistance become Taiwan's rich democratic stock to build resilience and to foster a belief that democracy is the only game in town. I'm not sure what about the democracy stock in Ukraine, but I found that now the challenge for us is how to pass down these experiences. Many young people today grew up in a fluid democratic society. They don't have the first-hand experience of authoritarian rule. They don't understand the harm of autocracy. In their experiences, if a government doesn't do well, they just need to vote for another next time. But they didn't understand that some institutional changes can cause long-term and irreversible damage to Taiwan. The challenge become even more serious because what we face today is the CCP United Front tactic, include recruiting Taiwanese youth through cultural exchanges, financial incentives, and networking experiences. CCP worked very hard to attract young Taiwanese to study, work, and start business in China, gradually integrating them into China's economy and eventually making them accept their political value. I'll give you an example. In Fujian, a province in southern China, there's an entrepreneurship program specifically for Taiwanese youth. It openly advertised grants of $8,000 to $30,000 US for startups, and investment funding of $30,000 to $60,000 USD, all of which doesn't need to be paid back. These amounts are highly attractive to some young people in Taiwan. Therefore, I think, learning from Ukraine, what we think that, we have to work very hard to pass our experiences of fighting for democracy to the younger generation. And we also need to track the CCP's evolving tactic in order to counter the influence. Okay, I will just stop here.
No, that's really interesting to get that survey of generations of activism going over time. Mr. Pottinger, I wanted to build on that a little bit and what we're seeing in terms of the CCP's efforts to try to chip away at some of the democratic world's resilience. What kind of methods are you seeing them employ, and what are you seeing as some of the countermeasures that can be deployed against that?
Thanks, Tim. Look, I'll start with one countermeasure, and then we'll talk a little bit about some more examples like what Fan Yun just mentioned. The first is good leadership, right? And I wanted to commend Mrs. Abe for your very moving remarks just now. I had the great privilege of knowing Prime Minister Abe Shinzo during the years that he and President Trump were both in office. And Abe Shinzo is a pretty excellent example of what exceptional leadership can do in terms of making democracy more resilient. His concept of a free and open Indo-Pacific was actually adopted by the United States. Continued under the Biden administration. That language was used again just the other day when Japan's Prime Minister Ishiba met with President Trump and recognized that that relationship is built on the foundation of what Prime Minister Abe was able to do. So this is a moment where leadership really needs to step up in every country that cares about its freedom and its democracy right now. I think Fan Yun made some very good points about the types of tactics that the Chinese Communist Party uses, these so-called 统一战线, right?
Yeah.
This united front
Yeah.
activity. And what they're waging in Taiwan, but also in many other places, is what they call three warfares, right? This idea that legal warfare, psychological warfare, and 言论战, right? This is a public discourse warfare. And so much of Beijing's success and progress is based on attacking people's thinking. And they have a lot of doctrine about this. They have a lot of practice trying to win people over through pushing narratives through social media in particular. A lot of this is done through amplifying certain narratives because they control the platforms to do that, which shame on all of our societies for having allowed TikTok to take root. Shame on us for allowing apps like Xiaohongshu. The thing is called Little Red Book, and yet Americans and Taiwanese are adopting this so that Xi Jinping can control what they see and what they don't see. Shame on us for that. But I think that it is not the same as actual control. You can push back against these things. We have constitutional systems and laws. We have the ability to shed light on these things. And right now the United States has a law that requires that TikTok, and probably this sets a precedent for other Chinese-controlled apps, to be shifted to American control, where they would actually be accountable under U.S. law and under U.S. ownership. God willing, the United States, the new administration will actually enforce the law that it's required to enforce, and either force that transfer of ownership or ban the app outright.
You make a really good point about economic sovereignty. And here in Taiwan, there's a lot of conversations about the so-called red supply chain and the need to establish a democratic supply chain. Ambassador Lippert, if I can turn to you on that question and whether you're seeing an increasing bifurcation in the world when it comes to trade, and whether that's a positive thing, whether that will lead to better results, more economic sovereignty, or whether it might be headed in the wrong direction.
No, thanks. Great to be here, first of all. Second, I would just say I signed up for this board for a free hotel room in Halifax and some lobster, and all of a sudden I'm in Taipei on a panel, so it's a little surreal. But on a serious note, I too want to associate myself with Matt's remarks on Ms. Abe's statement and the leadership of your husband. I too knew him well when I was in a senior position at the Pentagon, and his leadership on very difficult military issues really propelled the U.S.-Japan alliance to new heights and has put us in a position that we can at least effectuate a reasonable security policy in the Indo-Pacific going into the 21st century. So thank you for that. On the question at hand, maybe to take it just a slightly different direction, I do think that there are 4 to 10 core technologies, depending on how you define them, that are just critical for competitive advantage in the 21st century. And we generally know where these are. They range from AI, quantum computing, biologics, semiconductors. There's a list there. And what I would say is I'm encouraged by the fact that several like-minded nations, not just in Asia, but also the Dutch as well, on the semiconductor front, and other Europeans on other sensitive technologies like the Brits on AI, are starting, I think, that work of coming together and realizing the importance of maintaining a competitive edge, or getting back to the commanding heights of competition or technology in certain areas where I think we are at risk of losing that advantage. I think that's one. Two, I think the second point is keeping secure the technology that you do have. And I think there is still a lot of work to be done, but I think foundational work, I think starting really in the Trump administration, continuing on through the Biden administration, I think that work needs to continue and it's very important. And then finally, what I would say on the third piece in terms of the technological issues here is that the big advantage, and this is where I think the Trump administration has let me put it this way, issues with allies. And I would also say sometimes it's of mixed minds, because I think if you go to the National Security Council staff, there are very traditional Republican hawks who strongly believe in the alliance system. I think there are other voices in the administration who take contrary views. And I think what I'm hoping is that in the Trump administration, the view that allies, friends, partners, especially but not limited to these core technology issues, the value of those friends is underscored, harnessed, and basically calibrated to use this great advantage that we do share. And let me just stop there.
Well, Ambassador, I want to follow up a little bit on this topic. As we see the development of technologies kind of increasingly segregated, I wonder, do you think that makes conflict in the next, let's say, decade or near, medium term more likely or less likely?
That is a huge geopolitical, sort of political science question of which I am utterly unequipped to answer. But what I would say is I do tend to believe that economic integration does help reduce conflict. That's, I think, point one. But I also think there's also sufficient evidence that there's sufficient evidence to indicate that there are limits to that economic integration, and where you draw certain lines, especially around core technologies, that could, frankly, if commanding heights or commanding advantages were gained, would actually increase the propensity for conflict. So I think you have to strike the right balance. There's a baseline, I think, of thought that I tend to subscribe to, again, to repeat myself, that economic integration is helpful, but limits and a carefully calibrated policy to ensure that certain, I guess you could say, provocative technologies are adhered to. We don't have economic independence. I'll take a really extreme strawman example. We don't have economic independence in trade on nuclear weapons, right, for example. That's a complete strawman. But I think you can go down that continuum and argue that certain core technologies are critical, I guess I would say a dialing back of cooperation in those areas or curtailing it altogether is important. Final point, look, now you're into the question about once you get beyond those core technologies, how much tariffs, trade, supply chain, components, raw materials, I think that's a very important question that's ripe for discussion. I think is contested terrain in terms of it's where we draw those lines and trying to draw those lines to maximize benefits and basically reduce risks over time. And let me just stop there.
Dr. Hopko, much of the West has united in order to try to isolate Russia with sanctions and other economic measures. I'm wondering which kinds of sanctions you found to be most effective in helping aid Ukraine's democracy as it tries to resist Russia. There's been a lot of push on things like energy and particular machinery like CNC machines. I wonder, where do you kind of rank what's been effective in helping increase Ukraine's resilience from an economic perspective?
So, of course, sanctions are a very important instrument as a leverage. And, of course, we wish to see sanctions as a preventive mechanism before the war starts. But if you analyze 11 years of Russian ongoing aggression, so you could see at the beginning, when Russia invaded Ukraine back in 2014, of course, we expected more tougher sanctions. And the weak side of sanctions, this incrementalism. And I think this is how Russia is adjusting its economy, its banking system, its defense industry. The European Union adopted 16 packages of sanctions after the full-scale war. 16 packages. So, of course, we need to talk about synchronization of sanctions between the US, UK, European Union, G7 countries, and I'm really very thankful to Japan. And in 2016, during the visit of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe to Kyiv, we met. Also, I, at that time, chaired the Foreign Relations Committee of Ukrainian Parliament. So, and Japan here in this region, always leading in economic measures against Russian Federation. So this is really important, but answering your question, during the Munich Security Conference, the first day the conference started, Russia attacked the nuclear stations in Ukraine. So why Rosatom never been sanctioned? This is the key question. So Russia is occupying the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, from the beginning of the full-scale war. So for all this period, we are advocating that sanctions against the biggest Russian monopolist, Rosatom, should be imposed, but it's not happening. So another example, it's energy. Why Russian LNG still at the European energy market? So now maybe Americans could sell more and replace Russian, and I don't know. But it's really important. Also, we've seen a lot of cases how Russia, and including China, already doing the subversive acts, attacking underwater cables in the Baltic Sea, which is the area of NATO and the EU countries. Baltic Sea, already many sabotage, many subversive acts happen, and the question is why the blockade of trade and these fleets with oil are still is not happening. So there are now, when Russia is really weak and their economy is facing problems, besides inflation, there are other problems. So when Russia is vulnerable, it's a moment to increase pressure, not to sign a better deal, but actually to do everything possible that Russia is defeated. This is my message, and this is what we expected from the new presidential administration of the United States, that like as a pre-negotiation period, we will see steps which will demonstrate strengths of the United States and will send a clear message to Russia that when Russia is weak, when Russia is vulnerable, it's a time to increase pressure and actually to have full economic isolation. Instead, we see political new reality when Russia is not the aggressor state anymore. You've seen this news coming that in G7 statement, there is one member who is saying that Russia, let's not use the name Russia as aggressor. And it seems like the United States will not support Ukraine resolution for the third anniversary of the full-scale war, also because Russia is the aggressor state. So besides sanctions, there are other ways how to increase pressure on Russia. But the question is first, are we ready? Is there a political will to defeat Russia? Because by defeating Russia, I mean not just justice, not just punishment for the genocide, but also it's when the Soviet Union collapsed, this was the end of the communism ideology, but not the end of Russian imperialism. So we need to be very clear that Russia is not alone. China and Russia, they have their strategic alliance. And of course now China is trying to play a positive role, saying that, okay, if America is withdrawing from Europe, we are ready to help. We can provide security guarantees. Because for the main question for Ukraine right now, how to end the war, it's about security guarantees. 64% of our population think that we cannot start negotiations without knowing what are the security guarantees. And next week, the Prime Minister of UK and President of France, Macron, will be in Washington, D.C., so I hope they will try to keep these transatlantic ties, also explaining United States that the strength of the US is in these alliances. Besides NATO, it's with Europe, and how US is going to deter China in this region without success stories in the European continent. So this is very important to explain this and not to allow Russia to trap our partners in their quick solving the issue. And as we mentioned, the first question was about elections in Ukraine. Another, this is my advice to Taiwanese friends, because Russia wants to push Ukraine for elections also from the reason that pro-Russian politicians will be re-elected. So these guys who were working for Russian interests, being the members of Ukrainian parliament, who betrayed Ukraine. So then we could imagine that Russia will insist that free and fair elections require all politicians to participate, including collaborators and including all pro-Russian forces. So this is another way how to destroy Ukraine from within, and all these hybrid warfare instruments to engage the fifth column or their representatives actually with the pro-Russian narratives and all this stuff, which is really very dangerous. And yesterday when Joseph Wu, Secretary General, mentioned that he hoped that 3% of GDP, this decision will be supported in the parliament here. So I think it's really important because I'm coming here to Taiwan after the Munich Security Conference, and this year they produced like a book with all selected speeches in the Munich Security Conference. And I was surprised seeing the speech from last year by current Vice President Vance, who was calling last year to the Europeans asking for 2% of GDP. So my advice to Taiwanese here, please build a coalition, talk to your society, because the more you invest now in your strengths, the better your chances to deter, to prevent, and actually to defend yourself from different type of attacks from Chinese side.
Ms. Fan, maybe we can turn to you on that. Looking at what's been happening in the Taiwanese legislature, it can seem a little chaotic, a little messy. That's the nature of democracy in some cases. I'm wondering if you can give us an update on kind of where the legislature, how the legislature is operating as a member of that body, and where you see the government moving forward when it comes to defense spending and defense priorities.
Yeah, I would say that, since I'm a legislator from DPP, I'm totally for, to invest more in our defense, especially in terms of the so-called budget, right? Because that's the measurable investment that Trump or other allies, can count on for. But now our issue is that our opposition party, they might not think so, So our problem is that how to convince them. But, they will say that, look at the budget cut from last year, we didn't cut that much. I'm not sure whether you are aware that, actually, the DPP administration this term faced the historically highest budget cut from our Congress. And I'm sorry that the DPP is not the majority, so we try very hard to do that. But actually, through the political caucus negotiation, they didn't want to have any discussion. So now, what should we do? As far as I understand, our administration, they want to send back, the budget to the Congress for a reconsideration. And, if the Congress failed to do that, they might apply for a constitutional explanation, okay? But now I want to tell you that, at least, we have a very strong civil society. That's also another point, the power of youth, as you can see that the Sunflower Movement are led by the young people. And last year, we have a movement called the Bluebird Movement, actually are led by the young people, but it's more cross-generational. What does that about? They came to surround, came to block our, didn't really block, but, outside of our Congress because, they want to demand more democratic discussion within the Congress. Because from my perspective, our opposition party, they went through, certain unconstitutional legal amendment in order to expand the power of the Congress. So it's already unconstitutional. Even more serious problem without any substantial discussion within the committee. So the Young Bird Movement that came to the Congress, So I think it's very important for certain opposition parties, legislators, they might, feel a little bit hesitate, So, okay, that's the first round. Now the second round, they witness, the young people or the whole civil society witness another round of, political wrongdoing in our Congress, the so-called budget cut. It's really, the budget cut is reasonable if you have certain legitimate reasons, right? But if you look at their proposal, just know, reasonable, no legitimate reasoning. Okay, so this now there has been a so-called mass recall campaign happening in Taiwan right now, and I will see that as a continuation of the Bluebird Movement from last year. So I will say that hopefully maybe the KMT might, if their elected legislator face the pressure to be recalled successfully, maybe the KMT might change their caucus whip. From my perspective, just as Dr. Hopko talked about, there are some politicians in Ukraine, they are supported by Russia, right? I will argue that some politicians within the KMT, they might support it by Beijing government. Okay, so if they change, the KMT change the whip of the hawkers, we might have another chance, So now, last night I went to another gathering of my colleague at National Taiwan University. The only question they asked about, how about the mass recall campaign, whether we can succeed to, recall some of the KMT legislators, because the differences between the DPP legislators and the KMT legislators are the 6 legislators, number 6. In total, we have 113 legislators in our Congress, So that's the political campaign mobilized and initiated by the civil society. That's what I'm saying, Taiwan, luckily, we have quite a strong and vibrant civil society. Okay.
Mr. Ponder, just a quick question to you, and then we're going to turn to audience questions. We've spoken a little bit about how democracies have this kind of advantage when it comes to free societies being able to innovate and create new products, new ideas. And yet in some of these very specific areas that Ambassador Lippert mentioned, in things like quantum computing and AI, it seems like the autocrats of the world have been able to find certain edges in which to compete against democratic societies. How do you account for that, and what are ways in which the free world can push back against some of those advantages?
Sure. Well, first, I just wanted to say that this budget that we're talking about in Taiwan is really important. This is a special budget that President William Lai proposed over the weekend. It's would bring Taiwan up to above 3% of GDP. That's where the United States is, and the United States needs to move higher. from there, and Taiwan does as well, but it's really important as a signal to the United States and to other countries about Taiwan's commitment to its own defense. So I'm really hopeful that,
we are optimistic too.
legislators across whatever party they're part of, they look at that as something that's an obvious and good investment. 3% of GDP, by the way, is cheap. Let's face it, right? To be able to deter the kind of conflict that the Ukrainians are bravely fighting right now, they're fighting for their lives, fighting for their sovereignty. The 3-year anniversary of the full-scale invasion is, I think, on Monday. From what I've read, Ukraine is spending 37% of its GDP on defense right now. So 3% seems like a pretty good bargain, right? Seems like a good bargain to me. The United States, at the peak of the Cold War, was spending, during the 1980s, the Reagan administration, it was spending 6.8% of GDP, more than double what the United States spends right now. So that just puts things into perspective. And that seemed to work pretty well. It kept the Cold War cold. That's how we like wars, cold rather than hot. If you have to have a war, make it a cold one. Now, the reason that some of these, especially Beijing, has managed to find an edge in key technologies. There are several factors here, some of which we don't have control over, some of which we do. Number one is that there has been massive investment by the Chinese regime into trying to dominate these sectors and into placing people in a position where they can extract knowledge from the United States and other advanced economies, bring that back, and put it in service to the motherland. They even have a policy called military-civil fusion, right? That basically the military interests of the Chinese Communist Party are the guiding principle for the broader economy. So so-called civilian enterprises have to serve those ends. The reason that China's economy is doing so badly in general is because Xi Jinping is building a wartime economy so that he can either coerce or actually apply force, go to war against Taiwan, and then from Taiwan to other places as well. So all of the focus right now of the Chinese Communist regime is on the military-industrial base. China also has excellent engineers. It's a credit to China that they educate people to be able to be effective in these areas. There's a lesson for all of us in that, I think. But the opportunity now, if you look at the People's Republic of China, this one economy, and then you look at the dilapidated economy of Russia, the laughable petro-state of Iran, the virtually starving state of North Korea. Together, they are not that formidable if we start to look at our own alliance structure as a counterpart to this axis. The United States and its allies, its defense treaty allies, are about 3 times the GDP of the Axis powers, including China, combined. So that means that we've got 3 times as much economic power to invest in our defense, to defeat aggressors like Vladimir Putin, to deter aggressors like Xi Jinping, so that he doesn't gamble on a war here, but also to invest in our industrial base, and that should be an industrial base that's mutually self-supporting. Over the last few days of meetings I've had with government officials here in Taiwan, people have used this phrase, non-red supply chains. That's a pretty good phrase. Right. We don't want to rely on China, red supply chains, for drone manufacturing or the components that go into that. Taiwan has immense things to offer as a defense industrial base contributor to free world countries that are friendly, like Ukraine, the United States, Japan, and elsewhere.
Well, I want to turn to the audience for some questions here. Right here in the second row.
Thank you. Very interesting set of presentations. Thanks very much. I have a question for Ms. Fan. I'm really interested in the mood among legislators in the LY right now in light of what President Trump and members of his administration have been doing and saying over the last few weeks. We heard from President Lai and Joseph Wu yesterday, but what is the discussion and thinking in the among legislators in response to Trump's statement that Zelensky is a dictator, that Ukraine started the war, Trump administration lending support for extreme right-wing parties in Europe, its threat to inflict serious economic damage on its closest allies, and even to absorb them into American territory?
Oh, sorry. Let's have a quick answer, and then we'll go to you.
Yeah. I think I can only, represent my party members, in the Congress. I think for the DPP legislators, we are quite worried about, what happened in Ukraine. But as our General Secretary of the National Security Council, Joseph Wu, yesterday, he said that I think the case of Ukraine is very different from the case of Taiwan. But of course, we are worried about the implication, and our heart go to our Ukrainian, the partner or allies, But I think for the DPP support, DPP legislators, now we are concerned about the what happened in our Congress, because as I say that there are certain kind of institutional change. For example, if the disruption of our constitutional core is the internal threat, it's even more serious, more urgent. Just as our Ukrainian friends say that Russia want to disrupt Ukraine within Ukraine, right? I think China want to disrupt Taiwan within Taiwan. There's a popular saying that to buy Taiwan is cheaper than to take Taiwan by force. And now there's another thing that to scan Taiwanese people are even more cheaper than buying Taiwan. So for us, how to win back the majority of the Congress is our, urgent task. The so-called mass recall movement is very important. So for the DPP legislators, actually we received the, briefing from the world, from our headquarters, every week to, keep us aware of what's happening in the world. But I'm not sure about the KMT legislators and the TPP, another opposition party legislators. I think some of them might worry about, what's happening in their electoral district, because they were facing serious, recall movement against them. I think it's hard for elected legislators to see like more than 10,000 voters came out. Actually, in Taipei district, for example, in Neihu Nangang, the legislator has facing, the petition collected more than 10,000 voters. And I think she got more than like 10,000, like 90,000 voters to win that electoral district. So for them, it's very important for them to go back to their electoral district to do the work, in order to, avoid to be recalled. Okay, so that's what their mood might be. Okay. Yeah.
A question from the center here.
Lop Sang Sangye, former president of the Tibetan government exile. My question is to the panel, particularly Matt. Good to see you. We all say that West is not doing enough for Ukraine to win the war. But after going to Ukraine, I also realized the Chinese strategy seems to be not to do enough for Russia to win the war, but to prolong the war, thereby weaken Russia economically and drain Russia, make them junior partner, and then drain NATO and Europe, and drain also America, at least arms and ammunition, thereby deny Taiwan all the arms that America is supposed to give or sell. So China is killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Now, with this talk about, trying to end the war in Ukraine, we all want sovereignty and, security of Ukraine be provided. By ending the war, some in the Republican Party are saying that we want to bring troops to Asia, thereby deter China from invading Taiwan. Is that true? If it's so, will it help Taiwan?
Mr. Pottinger, do you want a quick response to that? And then we'll go to Mr. McKay for a question.
I'm saying good to see you. Look, I think from Beijing's standpoint, the best outcome would be for Vladimir Putin to steamroll Ukraine and control it in its entirety. That's why Xi Jinping, I think that's what he was expecting when he signed his No Limits Pact in February of 2022 at the Winter Olympics with Vladimir Putin. And the war didn't go well. The worst outcome for Xi Jinping is that Ukraine defeats these aggressors. And I suspect that the premise of your question is right, that failing a outright victory in either direction, Xi Jinping probably wants to see a prolonged war. So I think everyone in this room would like to see the war come to an end, but it's got to be on terms that are acceptable to the Ukrainian people and its elected government. Think of the sacrifice that's been made to defend sovereignty, right? Why give up at a negotiating table what Ukraine has been able to defend on the battlefield? So I think that a honorable peace that provides for the security of Ukraine sustainably over time would be a good outcome. I just don't think that Vladimir Putin is interested in that right now. That's my estimation of him right now. He needs to lose even worse, I think, before he's going to be willing to do that. But we'll find out. It's fine to sort of test his bottom line a little bit, but we shouldn't give anything away.
Mr. McKay?
Yeah, just Peter McKay, just a quick follow-up perhaps to Dr. Hopko. Is there a fear that China, given the stakes that they have set and this previous commitment to Russia, that they will in fact become more involved? We've seen North Korea, we've seen that China obviously continues to spend, to Ambassador Leipert's earlier reference, 10% or more on GDP defense spending. But is there concern of a further Chinese involvement, a more overt participation in the conflict? And I guess another question that I've heard you speak to before, but I think it's important, what, if anything, are we hearing from the population of Russia? I mean, we hear voices of dissent from outside Russia, people like Vladimir Karamurza, but are you picking up any consternation from within Russia over the body bags that are returning home and the terrible toll that this has taken on the Russian people?
Dr. Hopko, and then we'll go to one last question here in the back, right here.
So, of course, China wants to position like a mediator. And they always say that we are neutral. We never supported nor Russia nor Ukraine. But reality is different. China is with Russia killing Ukrainians because machinery, components, humanitarian support, everything. So China is partnering with Russia against Ukraine in this genocide. Let's be very clear. But China wants now, when United States demonstrate weaknesses, China wants to demonstrate strengths. So America is out from Europe, we are in. So we are here. If you need peacekeepers, okay, Chinese will help you with this. We can also motivate Brazil and other nations to bring. Actually, we Ukrainians, we don't need non-European peacekeepers or another missions in Ukraine, honestly. So this is, now China is also telling, like, we are ready when the war ends to recover and to rebuild your regions. We are ready to bring our monitors, to give you our all surveillance and everything. Thank you. We prefer to ask European friends. So this is really important that China plays very smart games, as Taiwanese legislator already said. It's cheaper to buy Taiwanese here, elites, to work with churches, religious organization, to invest money in social media, actually to work with youth, giving them money to establish their startups and something. So of course it's cheaper. And also my message is for China, it's cheaper to buy Taiwan than to take it by force. So it's cheaper for all of us to defeat Russia now when Russia is vulnerable than to go to this Russian scenario with negotiations. So this is my message. For 11 years, we never capitulated to Turkey, never. 11 years of, and actually within the centuries. Because when I started at the beginning, it's not just about the regime change in Russia. It's about Russian imperialism. For centuries, Russia was killing not just Ukrainians. Look what they did with Chechens. Also, when Soviet Union collapsed, there was first Chechen war, then when Russia lost it, then second one when Russia won with the genocide. So this is really important to explain. As we are working with the indigenous peoples living inside Russian territory. Of course, there are nations, there are ethnic minorities which are fighting against Russian repressive regime, because if you look at Yakutia, which is close to Japan, or 6 republics of Povolzhia, Idel, Ural, Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Mordovia, all this, it's European part of Russian Federation. So they are all being, how to say, grabbed by Russian oligarchs when the life is very poor. And actually, when Buryats, Kalmyks were sent as a cannon fodder to the war against Ukrainians, so this is the ethnic cleansing, what Russians are doing inside Russia. So we are working with, and I think also this is one of the mistakes. I'm very thankful to Peter that we have here representatives of Uyghurs, because it's a key for us if we all stand for humanity and fight for real values. So the same, I would like to encourage our international partners, not just to invite Russian opposition, but also to invite the representatives of indigenous people of Russian Federation, which are suffering a lot of assimilation policy, repression, and they have this potential to protest. Ask Russian people, Russian mothers, why they are not protesting in Kremlin. Why Russian women talking to their men's soldiers, telling, okay, you can rape as many as you want Ukrainian women, but just bring me something from Ukraine. So this is the mentality. This is what differs Ukrainians from Russian society. And my message is, until Russia is defeated, and Russian society also is paying price with reparations, when we will see in Moscow, in Red Square of Moscow, the memorials of victims of genocides that Russian imperialism, Tsarist Russia, Soviet Union, Russian Federation, they did against sovereign nations, till Russian society will never understand. They will applaud Putin and say, okay, let's start another war. So Russian society is sick. And I will disagree with some of Russian opposition telling that there is 2 wars. There is one war, it's Putin's war against Ukraine, and second war, it's against Russian society. Okay, Russian society, why you keep silent? Go and protest, defend your rights. Follow the example of Ukrainian defenders, of Ukrainian society. After the Soviet Union collapsed, we conducted 3 revolutions. We never accepted Yanukovych regime, and even now, we are democratic country during the war. Democratic resilience is so high, parliament is working, government is functioning, civil society are criticizing the biggest dictator. And actually, we have free speech inside Ukraine. So this is, I would like to encourage Russian opposition also to join Ukrainians which are protesting against Moscow near the Russian embassy abroad and demand together with us, confiscation of Russian sovereign assets, which they just ask, give us money, and we will re-give this money to Ukrainians. Read the demands of Russian opposition. So this is why we support the indigenous people, because they have more potential to fight with Russian imperialism with us than some Russian opposition spreading Russian propaganda about two wars. If you have war inside Russian society, work with your society, make the society really strong and fight against the regime.
We're very close to being out of time, so just a very short question here. Last question here, and hopefully a quick, short answer.
Okay, there we go. Thank you very much, panelists. I'll keep it short. I'm a Dutch diplomat stationed in Taipei. Ms. Fanyi, as you mentioned, it's a time of great discord in the legislative yuan. And sometimes there are worries that this might impact Taiwan's ability to build resilience. So I'm wondering, at the end of this panel, could you maybe reflect on the points that the KMT, the TPP, and the DPP agree on with regards to resilience building, and whether there are possibilities to build on this going forward? Thank you.
I think it's a very tough question for me. But, we cannot, as a Taiwanese, we have been worried too much, since I was a little kid, worried about war. So what happened in Ukraine? I mean, yeah, it's worrisome, but we have been worried, worried for decades, So for us, what we can do now is do the job that, it's about my obligation. So as a legislator, what we can do is that, to see that what kind of legal amendment we can do, but now we don't have the majority, right? So what we can do now is to talk to our supporters. For example, I'm a legislator at large, so I'm a professor. I don't know I don't want to be a YouTuber. But, I think I have to be a YouTuber to talk to my supporters to let them know what happened in the Congress, So I think, it's not easy to reach agreements within our Congress. But Taiwan is a vibrant democracy. So I'm optimistic about the so-called mass recall movement. I'm sorry to talk about the mass recall movement again and again. I think I believed in the people's power. If the opposition party face the voice, and the power from the people, I think they will change their attitude. They will come to the consensus that investing more in our national defense is very important. Don't freeze our budget on national self-made submarine without any legitimate reasons. Things like that, to show Trump or to show other allies that, Taiwan, has commitment to, our own defense. We don't want to rely on others, As a legislator, I also care about, we need to have a legal framework to combat the disinformation. I mean, over the internet. China has been buying the influencers, young influencers, And actually, DPP government tried to propose a bill called, the Digital Intermediary Service Act, inspired by the EU's Digital Service Act, to combat disinformation. But unfortunately, the proposal faced strong opposition, also from the opposition party. So right now, our government used the administrative resources and cooperating with the NGOs to do that. But from my part, my job is to talk to our people, our citizen supporters, to tell them that we need to have a legal framework to combat the, the disinformation, the so-called cognitive warfare from China. And now it's within our own society. Okay, so that's my job. Yeah.
Well, thank you to you, and thank you to the rest of our panelists for a really interesting discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
Everybody, I'm Janice Stein from Canada, who chairs the board of the Halifax Security Forum. This is not in the notes, but for all our friends from Asia, you may not be aware, but there is a hockey game going on between Canada and the United States. And when you see all your Canadian friends or American friends looking down at their phones, that is because this is a final, and nothing matters more to Canadians and Americans than playoff games with respect to hockey. I'm not going to share the score until we get a final score, because we are in enough of a roller coaster right now in Canadian-US relations. My official job, and it is a great honor and a pleasure, is to introduce Robert Tsao, who so generously provided the support that the Halifax Forum needed to come to Taipei. It's something that we have wanted to do, and without Robert Tsao's support, it would not have been possible. If we look for a moment at the themes of the Halifax Security Forum in Taipei, we've heard three: democracy, resilience, and innovation. They're such an important part of the story, both in Ukraine and in Taiwan. If you look at the career of Robert Tsao, he represents all three. He has been a leading innovator in Taiwan. He played a leadership role in the development of Taiwan's semiconductor industry, which is so important to the world. He is the founder of United Microelectronics. So all that innovation that we talked about, his career, in fact, embodies that. Secondly, he has been a leading spokesperson for democracy, for Taiwan's democracy, but for the importance of democracy to security more general. And he has placed particular emphasis in his support for democracy on the role of society, on how important it is that societies be resilient. Not only government institutions, but democracy is a whole of society enterprise. So it is with great pleasure that I welcome Robert Tsao to the platform at Halifax Security Forum, Taipei. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Janice. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to be here to present my view of what's been going on in Taiwan. My view may not be the same as the government perspective, so, but it's from a pure civilian viewpoint. The Halifax Security Forum is being held in Taipei this time, and both the timing and place are perfectly chosen. Following the Russia-Ukraine war and the Middle East conflicts, the Taiwan Strait is the most likely hotspot for a potential war. Currently, the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, conducts military exercises around Taiwan on a daily basis, which could be transformed into full-scale attack at any moment. The CCP justifies its aggressive stance by claiming that Taiwan has been an inherent part of China since ancient times, and that reclaiming Taiwan is a core interest. However, these assertions are nothing but deceptive propaganda. From a territorial perspective, the reality is that prior to 1683, Taiwan has never been under Chinese rule. The Qing Empire later sent troops to occupy the western coastal region of Taiwan. In 1895, under the Treaty of Shimonoseki, the Qing ceded Taiwan to Japan. Therefore, the political connection between Taiwan and Beijing lasted only 212 years in total, far from the CCP's claim that Taiwan has been part of China since antiquity. Between 1928 and 1947, the CCP repeatedly expressed support for Taiwan's effort to establish an independent state after World War II. And at that time, CCP did not claim Taiwan as an inherent part of the territory. It is territory. After establishing its regime in 1949, the CCP adopted a leaning to one-side policy, fully aligning itself with the Soviet Union, while simultaneously engaging in a comprehensive anti-American campaign. This included fostering nationwide hatred, disdain, and contempt toward the United States. At the same time, the CCP began propagating the narrative that Taiwan has always been China's territory and declaring that Taiwan was a core interest. The rationale behind this shift can be understood through the accompanying illustration. Here, I'd like to show the illustration here. The white area in this image represents the current territory of the People's Republic of China, while the surrounding red areas show the maximum territorial extent of the Qing Empire. To the Han Chinese, the Qing were northern colonizers who, when they conquered the Ming Dynasty in the 14th century, caused the death by massacre and or starvation of more than half of the population at the time. In 1912, the Qing Emperor abdicated, and the newly established Republic of China soon fell into civil war between the ruling Kuomintang, KMT party, and the rebellious CCP. In 1949, the CCP emerged victorious and established the PRC in Beijing, while the Kuomintang-led government of the Republic of China retreated to Taiwan, creating a situation of two separate, non-subordinate states, a status that persists to this day. If the CCP claims sovereignty over Taiwan merely because a part of it was once occupied by the Qing, such a claim is entirely baseless and unreasonable. The Qing Empire ceded over 1.5 million square kilometers of territory of Russia, to Russia and Mongolia. As you can see, the red area. 那个图不要拿掉。Okay. The red area were ceded by Qing to Russia and Mongolia. Actually, it covers 1.5 million square kilometers, while Taiwan area is only 36,000 square kilometers. So, in reality, CCP's insistence on annexing Taiwan is fundamentally aimed against the United States. Before the outbreak of the Korean War in 1950, General Douglas MacArthur submitted two consecutive memorandums comparing Taiwan to an unsinkable aircraft carrier. He warned that if Taiwan fell into communist hands, communist forces could soon threaten Japan and other small nations, ultimately compromising or even overwhelming America's strategic advantage in the Far East. Although President Truman did not initially accept MacArthur's recommendations, the CCP took them very seriously. They have since exerted all effort to seize Taiwan, aiming to turn it into an unsinkable aircraft carrier for their own strategic advantage in the Western Pacific. Xi Jinping has repeatedly told the United States that the Pacific Ocean is large enough to accommodate both China and the US. The implication is clear. The US military should withdraw to the second island chain. The CCP's claim that Taiwan is a core interest is ultimately about maintaining its capacity for expansion into the Pacific. Understanding the CCP's mindset and the intentions makes it clear that if the CCP successfully annexes Taiwan, the security concern in the Pacific will not be resolved. Rather, it will mark the beginning of endless problems. To annex Taiwan, the CCP has launched an all-out offensive. The military threats are visible, but what's less apparent is their extensive use of espionage, legal warfare, psychological warfare, and media manipulation. The CCP has also used substantial financial resources to buy off Taiwanese politicians, media outlets, religious groups, and criminal organizations, interfering in Taiwan's elections and coercing the Taiwanese business sector into submission. Through years of comprehensive cognitive warfare, the CCP has successfully transformed Taiwan's Kuomintang, KMT, from an anti-communist party into an extreme pro-CCP organization closely related to the organized crime. Moreover, they have turned Taiwan's legislature, the Legislative Yuan, into a Trojan horse for subverting Taiwan. Currently, the Kuomintang, KMT, holds 52 seats in the Legislative Yuan, while the ruling Democratic Progressive Party, DPP, has 51 seats. A smaller party, the Taiwan People's Party, holds 8 seats. As the Taiwan People's Party has been co-opted by the CCP, it unconditionally supports the Kuomintang, effectively placing Taiwan's legislature under pro-CCP control. The following picture and video recorded in April last year features Wang Funing, the central guy.不要拿掉，停在这里。The guy in the center is Wang Funing, chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, and the fourth most powerful figure in the Communist Party. His primary responsibility is Taiwan's united front work, subverting Taiwan from within to achieve its surrender without warfare. Standing beside Wang Huning is Kuomintang's caucus whip, Fu Kunqi, a figure with a criminal record and ties to organized crime. Now, he officially controls legislative proceedings in Taiwan. And the individuals who introduced to Wang were newly elected KMT legislators. Some of them are known to have underworld connections. These Kuomintang KMT legislators refused to attend President Lai Ching-te's inauguration, signaling their rejection of Taiwan's new president. Instead, they rushed to Beijing before the Legislative Yuan convened to meet with Wang Funing and receive his directives. Upon their return to Taiwan, they aggressively pursued a campaign to undermine the government. This included to paralyze the function of our constitutional court, to raise the threshold for recalling legislators, ensuring they would no longer be held accountable by public opinion. Following this, they recklessly slashed and froze budgets, crippling the Lai administration's ability to function effectively. The belated betrayal by this non-CCP, but these pro-CCP legislators have ignited public outrage. By February, grassroots organizations across Taiwan initiated recall petitions in 34 districts, targeting KMT legislators for removal. This figure represents over 90% of the seats eligible for recall and marks a nationwide civic movement in which I have actively played a supporting role. 那个把那些那个照片打出来。This picture shows I'm championing the grand recall in Taiwan. This mass recall effort is fundamentally about opposing CCP's infiltration and defending Taiwan. Over the past 2 decades, many Taiwanese prioritize democracy while neglecting the CCP's threat, with some even believing in the false narrative of one family across the street. However, the KMT coordinated attack on Taiwan's constitutional and the national defense structures has awakened the people, making them realize the imminent risk of losing their democratic freedom and being reduced to a Hong Kong-like fate. Below, I'd like to show a video produced by civil organizations urging the public to participate in the recall effort. 放那个音乐。 Well, this song is all over and made by the grassroots organizations. So with the heat and anger, I think the master recall will succeed. Although the KMT also sent a petition to recall 19 DPP's legislators. So it's actually all over the place. So it would be a big news for the next 6 months or so. Please watch. I now believe that peace between Taiwan and China is impossible unless CCP collapses at some point in the future, which I think is not too far away. In fact, I used to really hope to bring peace to both sides. In 2007, I publicly proposed a plan to the Taiwanese government aimed at mitigating the risk of cross-strait conflicts. The proposal was as follows. Taiwan should inform the CCP that if it seeks unification with Taiwan, it should not resort to military threat or coercion, but instead publicly present concrete conditions. The Taiwanese government would then hold a referendum to allow the people of Taiwan to decide whether to accept these conditions. If the proposal is rejected, the process could be repeated every 10 years or so, with no limitation on the number of the attempts. The benefit of this plan are, first, no need for direct contact or negotiation with the CCP, which is very dangerous because you will always be cheated. It can be openly proposed on the international stage, like here. Two, it upholds the principle of sovereignty belonging to the people. The future of Taiwan, including the question of unification or independence, is determined by public opinions in Taiwan. Three, it informs the CCP that unification can be peacefully achieved through a democratic voting process rather than through coercion or military force. Four, it serves as a declaration of the world, declaration to the world that the people of Taiwan hold sovereignty, and any change in national status must be decided through a public referendum. Until unification occurs, Taiwan remains independent and not subordinate to the PRC. Five, it helps the international community recognize Taiwan's sincere commitment to peaceful conflict resolution. If the CCP refuses to accept this approach, it will expose its aggressive and bullying nature. Six, the true objective of this proposal is not to promote unification, but rather to eliminate the CCP's pretext for using force against Taiwan by providing a peaceful and democratic alternative. Ideally, this would make the CCP withdraw upon recognizing the challenge and ultimately cease its harassment of Taiwan. I continued to push this plan until 2019. But after seeing the Chinese Communist Party mobilize a large group of thugs to indiscriminately attack Hong Kong citizens with sticks at Yuanlang Station on July 21st, 2019, in order to suppress the anti-extradition movement. Then I decided to abandon my peacemaking plan. I found that the CCP, the actions expose their thug-like nature, which is completely impossible to reason with. Professor Yu Yingshi, a historian from Princeton University, once stated that the People's Republic of China, established by Mao Zedong in 1949, is a thoroughly rogue and gangster regime. Their sole pursuit is power, enjoying privileges derived from it, with no respect for modern civilized values. The attack at the Yuanlang station made me realize how accurate Professor Yu's assessment was. The CCP is indeed a rogue entity whose nature will never change. As a result, I decided to abandon my previous effort, renounce my Singaporean citizenship and Hong Kong residency, and return to Taiwan to advocate for resisting the CCP and defending Taiwan. By now, I believe everyone recognizes that the CCP adheres to Leninist principles, embraces violence and deception, suppresses human rights, and disregards universal values such as honesty and fairness. In recent years, they have escalated their extreme nationalism, propagated anti-American and anti-Japanese sentiment, supported Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and endorsed Iran's attack on Israel in the Middle East. The CCP exists like a virus, posing a severe threat to democratic and free societies worldwide. Taiwan stands on the front line of preventing the CCP's expansion into the Pacific, enduring relentless military and psychological intimidation. If Taiwan falls and become part of the CCP's territory, the Taiwan Strait will become China's inland sea with grave consequences. First, 90% of the world's most advanced semiconductor chips are manufactured in Taiwan. These chips serve as the brains and hearts of all precision devices, including AI products. Any disruption or destruction of Taiwan's chip production would bring devastating consequences to the future growth of the global economy. Furthermore, nearly 50% of the world container traffic and 90% of the largest container ship by tonnage passes through the Taiwan Strait. If Taiwan Strait loses its neutrality and freedom, the impact on global trade and economic stability will be catastrophic. This is why former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe once stated, "A Taiwan contingency is a Japan contingency, and a Japan contingency is a US-Japan security contingency." The nationwide recall campaign in Taiwan represented the citizens' effort to expel the CCP's Trojan horse and declare their rejection of CCP dictatorship. It's a testament of Taiwan's determination to defend its democracy, freedom, and sovereignty. Of course, in addition to our own effort, we need the support of the free world. Most importantly, we urge everyone not to believe the CCP's false claim that they possess sovereignty over Taiwan. Since its establishment in 1949, the PRC has never governed even a single inch of Taiwan's territory. If historical distortion could be used to justify territorial claim, global order would descend into chaos. Additionally, it's crucial to understand that PRC's constitution explicitly states that it's a proletarian dictatorship founded on Marxism, Leninism. In reality, the CCP operates as colonial rulers over the Chinese people. Their policies of repression and purging have resulted in the unnatural death of at least 80 million people. When countless others, while countless others designated as black categories, are subjected to lifelong discrimination and persecution. Sorry. During the Cultural Revolution, they systematically destroyed China's historical artifacts and cultural monument and replaced them with vulgar counterfeits to deceive collectors and tourists. In every aspect, the PRC is a fraudulent, malicious, and harmful entity that obstructs the progress of human civilization. From a pandemic prevention perspective, the world should work together without a blind spot. I urge everyone to join us in this collective defense, united against the spread of the CCP virus. Thank you.
with the Globe and Mail newspaper. I'm a print journalist, not quite as polished as Nick Schifrin, who showed us how a real moderator gets things done yesterday. But we're here with a remarkable panel today of people who I will introduce in a minute. I just wanted to say our topic is democracy equals justice. And part of the way I'm going to interpret that is I'm going to do the audience justice by giving you as much time to ask questions as we can. You've come a long way, and I'm far more interested in what you have to say than what I have to ask. There's one attraction in Taipei or south of Taipei that is not on the tourist itinerary. It's a collection of statues of Chiang Kai-shek, the former dictator. They have been removed from public places as part of Taiwan's re-examining of its martial law past and placed appropriately sort of in essentially a surplus position. There's circles of Chiangs looking at each other. There's Chiangs lined up like they're waiting for the bus. There's just so many of them, they don't know what to do with them. And that's the sort of thing a democracy does. It separates itself from its authoritarian past in a way that the PRC has never done, never any public examination of the errors and problems with the Great Leap Forward or the Cultural Revolution or so on. Anyways, I just wanted to mention that if you ever get a chance to go there, it's quite delightful. The proper place for a dictator is lined up in a park with likenesses of yourself. So we have a remarkable panel here today. I will introduce them, and then I'll ask one quick question, and we'll go to the audience after that. So this is the newly minted Deputy Foreign Minister, Chen Ming-chi. This is his first public appearance, and he is responsible for, as I understand it, North America and Latin America and the Caribbean. So have at him if you've got questions about that. He previously was the Chief Executive Officer of the Institute for National Defense and Security Research. Prior to that, at the Mainland Affairs Council, and a distinguished academic career before that. We also have Nancy O'Kale here. She is the President and CEO of the Center for International Policy. She's a leading scholar, policy analyst, and advocate with 25 years of experience. Before coming to the United States, she was a director of Freedom House's Egypt program, and she was one of 43 NGO workers convicted and sentenced to prison in a widely publicized 2012 case for allegedly using foreign funds to foment unrest in Egypt. And finally, we have Jonas Parello-Plesner. He is a former Danish diplomat. He's a Danish security policy analyst right now, who is the executive director of the Alliance of Democracies. He has written a book recently, published a book called The Battle for Taiwan, which talks about Taiwan resilience to Chinese attacks in different domains. And again, lots to talk about here. You might want to ask him about Greenland as well. But before I start, I just want to inject a bit of Canadianness into this. I, of course, am a journalist who's worked for many years, and I've come to appreciate and value the Canadian-American partnership and the like-mindedness with which we pursue international goals. I am very concerned about Mr. Trump's approach to Canada and the way it's undermining support for the United States and Canada. A poll came out a couple of days ago, which is shocking. It says that 27% of Canadians now consider the United States the enemy. 27%. 30% see it as neutral, only 30% see it as an ally. So this booing at hockey games you've heard about is only the surface of something quite discouraging. And if Canada is forced to look for new trade partners and allies, I worry it could undermine joint collaboration on China and on Taiwan. If we need to find other trading partners, how could that affect our ability to interact when it comes to Asia Pacific? But that's not why we're here. We're here to talk about Taiwan, and I think I'll start with a question to the Deputy Minister. I'll keep it short, and then we'll again, one question each, and we'll go right to the crowd. Can I ask you, what do you think are the critical challenges that Taiwan faces in preserving its democratic institutions today?
I think the biggest challenge for Taiwan nowadays, without doubt, that we have a very strong and powerful adversary across the strait. That is not only confront us militarily, but also confront us from within. They are putting all the influence it can do so as to sort of influence our public opinion and leverage our freedom democracy to its advantage. I think this is our biggest challenge for now, and we have been fighting that. We are trying to safeguard our hard-earned democracy. With the help of our international allies, friends around the world, we will be more able to do that. But we hope that that kind of determination and the clear mind to understand the essence of the CCP can still be there in this turbulent time. So we will work to share with our family, with our friends, and our like my partner to strengthen that.
Nancy, you've worked on issues of peace and security for a quarter century, and you've personally experienced injustice in your prison sentence in Egypt for promoting democracy. So how central is justice to peace and security? And Trump sees himself as a deal maker or a peace broker. Is his international approach one that would truly lead to peace?
Having me and having us in Taipei and your incredible hospitality. And since I arrived here and all the conversation yesterday, it's really admirable to see the Taiwanese democracy at play. It was just like seeing yesterday a sitting president and a former president in the same space. And this is not just about optics, it's beyond that. Because you can only do that if you have a level of confidence in your legitimacy. And legitimacy has like different factors and different pillars that relies on a democratic setup, elections, but the core value and the core element that maintains legitimacy is a just society. And this is really the main line of defense against anything. I mean, we've heard yesterday, of course, legitimate concerns about like the situation and security of Taiwan and the need to increase the defense budget by 3%. It's understandable. I mean, like, to say the least, I mean, the United States is not seen a very reliable partner right now, and not just because of the foreign policy of the United States and its policies that are being, I mean, just like unfolding since Trump became president, but also the internal policies as well. I mean, yesterday, there was an announcement out of many that we hear every day that there will be a cut of 8% in the defense budget, and then a few hours later it was like reallocation of the defense budget. So, I mean, the least we can say, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say like there is a concern about the United States as a reliable partner, and that's why it's understandable also the increase of the defense budget by 3%. However, you can have the most and the strongest military, but if your society is susceptible to external influence, and that can only happen when you don't have a just society, you don't have an inclusive democracy where everyone has a stake in maintaining the solidarity and the situation as it is. And I heard a lot yesterday, and we all say this is like, we're a small country versus a big country, and I think we mistakenly mix that, a small and a big country, between a fragile and a strong country. There are big countries that are very fragile because of like the very narrow power circle that they have and the repressiveness of the way they rule. And that makes their people more susceptible to any external effects. We've talked, I mean, again, legitimately about concerns about the internet and misinformation and social media and what we're going to do about it. And we can ban TikTok and we can have all sorts of safeguards that we think around that. But that's not going to protect or prevent any influence. I mean, like in the panel in the morning, I mean, the legislator here, I mean, explained like the different ways that China is luring young Chinese into going there and giving them money. And that is a reflection of why the issue of legitimacy and the issue of sovereignty and their relationship to justice is not just about justice, and it's not just about economic independence, because this is a factor that we talked about, over the past 24 hours. But economic independence alone does not guarantee sovereignty. Economic equality does. That does not make, the youth of Taiwan susceptible to luring or any malicious ways from different governments that attract them to somewhere that they think have better opportunity. And it's really honestly admirable to see the transitional justice program in Taiwan, and it's a crucial step that unfortunately many countries that go through transition, they skip that one, and it leads to instability. And I think this is great to have that. But at the same time, the fact that we're having an inclusive democracy, and I understand it's not perfect, but what's important for people to understand that there is a way towards perfection, towards getting better, to becoming more inclusive, and that's the most important and strongest defense against any other external factors. And to your question about Trump, that's why, Trump is presenting himself as a peacemaker and a deal breaker, and he's eyeing the Nobel Prize. If he is able to do that, that's great. However, one of the problems of the approach of Trump is his transactional way that is based on a business-oriented vision that factors out the people. We're going to Saudi Arabia talking to Putin without the understanding of the agency of the Ukrainians, for example. The same thing. It was like going to Saudi Arabia and talking to different leaders without including the Palestinians. And even if this works at the beginning, let's say we had some pressure to accepting the rare minerals deal, or another pressure here to have more tariffs. It can happen, but will never be durable and would not lead to durable peace. And that's why the investment in people and civil society is the most crucial way to guarantee a durable peace.
Jonas, we saw Mr. Trump exclude the Ukrainians from peace talks recently. You have just published a book, The Battle for Taiwan, how Taiwan enhances its resilience to Chinese pressure in a number of domains. You also in the book talk about links between Taiwan and Ukraine. Can you expand on that?
Well, thank you, Stephen. And thanks, first of all, to Halifax, to Peter for including me here. I really appreciate that. And to Robert Tsao as well, who I've benefited from in previous visits here to the island to speak to, both on semiconductors, but also on an area that you didn't touch upon. You've also worked in civil defense, where you've been really instrumental in helping set up much more robust structures here in Taiwan, something that maybe we will return to in the talk as well. And also let me say from the Alliance of Democracies Foundation how aligned we are in the mission of defense of frontline democracies, both Ukraine and Taiwan. So I wanted maybe to share a personal story from two interviews I did here in Taiwan with Jack and Tony. Very ordinary Taiwanese young men, but both of them had gone to Ukraine immediately after the war started in February to fight for Ukrainian forces, and with the clear motivation, and I think that's why the personal story speaks to us. Particularly, Jack said to me, if I'm not part of helping stop Russia and Ukraine, I know that Taiwan will be next on sort of the dictator's menu, so that's why it's really important for me. Tony, who's a butcher from Taoyuan and who had never been outside Taiwan, he's never been to Europe, he doesn't speak, of course, any Ukrainian, speaks very little English as well. So I asked him at a certain point during the interview, how does this sort of work out for you? How were you able to do that? And how were people able to understand even that you were there to help. And then he says, I found very touching, he says, if you come to show compassion, if you come to show solidarity, you don't need a language. The Ukrainians understood immediately why I was there and let me help. So I wanted to bring their stories into the mix because we've been talking about Taiwan and Ukraine in different ways and comparisons, but here I think you have personal stories that basically bind these two fights. Ukraine, of course, in the ongoing war, and Taiwan, of course, knock on wood, not under attack, but being under sort of continuous pressure, military exercises, intimidation from China. So I think their stories is also really part of what binds us together in this room as a community in the defense of democracy and freedom. So that's why I wanted to bring their stories into the mix. And then last, before I turn it back to you, Stephen, I just also wanted to acknowledge the many members here of the democracy community, particularly the people that fight for their rights. So I'm really delighted to see Lobsang from the Tibetan community. I'm just delighted to see Roshan, Abbas, see others from the Uyghur community. I also, but now I don't see you because of the light, but I saw a lot of my Hong Kong friends as well, and Kwok was here just earlier. So I think this is also big testimony to Taiwan's freedom, that people that want freedom inside China, this is also where they can gather. It's in free Taiwan, and I'm really delighted that you're all here, particularly at a time where there's a hard situation for the democracy community overall with funding dwindling, particularly from the US government. So it's wonderful to see all of you, and I think it's very fitting to make a shout out to you in this session when it's democracy equals justice. Your fight is about justice.
Thanks very much. Do we have a microphone, or how is it working here? I can't see anybody. Oh, we're open for questions. How about Roland over here? Yes, Roland with the red tie.
Hi, Roland Paris from the University of Ottawa in Canada. Question for Dr. Chen. It's good to see you. The United States is the indispensable partner for Taiwan. But there are many people here from different countries, and I wonder if you would tell us what are the most important ways that all of the rest of us can be supporting Taiwan right now?
I think while the United States, can I answer that? Absolutely. Or tag out too. I think the U.S. is now taking a break from the global society of democracy. That's okay. I mean, probably they have a shoulder too much burden, but it's time now for the rest of us to step forward and stand for each other. I think that is, the spirit is very important. And we'd like to see there is more support for democracy around the world, especially those countries who are at the front line, fighting the expansion of authoritarianism. So that's very important, show support. Secondly, provide lesson and provide a resource so that we can sustain the people's effort to safeguard their democracy and freedom. I think that is the spirit. For Taiwan, in the past few years, we have received a lot of support from our genuine friends. We appreciate that, and we want you all to spread the word. Your understanding of CCP, your understanding of the authoritarian ruler around the world, and shape the public perception about the value of democracy, about the value to fight authoritarian expansion. I think otherwise we might be all swallowed by this authoritarianism. I never thought when I was studying in the United States that one day we have to put in effort to safeguard democracy. We always thought that democracy is something in the end in itself, and it was sort of, can protect itself. But no, recently facing we saw that with the sheer power of democracy, it will prevail. But that's not something that can be taken for granted now. So I think that is very important. So spread the word. Democracy is important. Freedom matter, and also stand up for each other. This is why, even though it's possibly not that popular now, but we are still willing to say that we support Ukraine in its fight for its own sovereignty, its own democracy, and its freedom.
Thanks very much. The gentleman behind, is it Kim?
Thank you, Stephen. Jim Boutillier, previously with the Canadian Department of National Defence. My question is principally to the Foreign Minister, but to a degree to our Danish colleague as well. In the communications age, controlling the narrative is the high ground. And the Chinese, as you're well aware, have been adept at promoting a triumphalist view that the United States, by its very nature, is in a state of terminal decline. And recently, the elevation of Mr. Trump to the White House for a second time has raised questions about American reliability. Would you say that as an exercise in cognitive dissonance that the Chinese are making inroads in terms of the confidence that the average Taiwanese has in the reliability of the United States? And you may have some observations as well on the basis of your experience. Thank you.
Yes, being the communists, they are so good at this. They want to divide us from within. They want to weaken us from within. I think that's something that we should be very aware of. And in the past few years, we have been fighting that. We are fighting that not to censor the different view. We know this is a free society. The different opinions should be competing on the market. We are fighting this by, as I told many of our friends, visitors, that we, at our side of story, we want to enhance the freedom of speech, not take things out of the market. So we certainly worry, but we want to tell our young people, we want to increase their media literacy. And we also want to help, not only our own. We know that China is projecting its influence, not limited to Taiwan, but to our neighbors, to the world. So that's why at the Foreign Ministry, we engage actively in the GCTF framework so that we can help our friends to enhance the media literacy. Don't forget that China is very actively spreading the rumors about Japan, even, about the treated nuclear wastewater. And that is a narrative that are building. I think CCP is very good at this, that believe that building a narrative is the number one before they launch any military action. So we have to be very clear about that, and we have to come up with a way to respond to that. And the best way is have our side of story heard. And serving in the government in the past few years, I was the one who sort of tried to tell my colleague. The thing is that we have to strengthen our effort in policy communication. Not everything is about disinformation, although we know there are disinformation. But the thing is, what really matters is how much effort you put into communication. So again, if we believe that democracy is a better model, then why don't we start to talk about democracy and how wonderful it is? It was a hope from my own experience of fighting the authoritarian ruler in my college year. We know firsthand, and like you are fighting in democracy in Egypt, and that's something we aspire of. That is something we really want. We want to tell those friends who have been enjoying democracies for so long and so into the trap of complacency that democracy matters. And think about that one day if you are deprived of democracy and freedom, what would life would be? So I think this is important, and we'd like to help.
Thanks very much. It was a great question. Obviously, Mr. Trump is making it easier for the whataboutists in the world. Any non-Canadians want to ask a question, or we got just going to be a Canadian session? Gentleman here.
Thank you so much. So I'm Yamamoto from Japan Sasuka Peace Foundation. Yesterday and today I discussed about that democracy, and I am very clearly understand that Japan, Taiwan we are the front line of the democracy community. So and we have a good alliance partner, so the United States. So I will totally agree. But on the other hand, so the front line of the democracy country is not only Japan, Taiwan. So the Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, and so on. So, but I understand. But unfortunately, the China, so try to effort to expand the influence for the global South, including the Southeast Asia countries. So, how Taiwan's government effort to share the keep the partners, including the Philippines, Vietnam, and other South China Sea countries. So please ask my question. This is my question. Thank you.
To me?
So is the question, how is Taiwan helping to fill the gap left by the United States, or, okay.
Certainly, we used to saw that the U.S. will be here and will team up with Taiwan to help our neighbors. Probably the U.S. currently has, is in the time taking a break and some reflection. It will come back. We are confident. But meantime, we have to, before the new administration in the United States, I always advocate that we should build make our bilateral relationship or multilateral relation resilient of American political change. I think this is time to test our determination. Are we genuine about the regional alliance? For example, I think Japan and Taiwan can team up and help our friends in the Philippines. They are facing the challenge. They are facing the maritime challenge from China on a daily basis. So in Taiwan, we are willing to help, and we are helping. We are helping their Coast Guard. We are helping their Coast Guard to have more modern equipment so as to respond to the China challenge on the maritime domains. I think that is one spirit and one example. And also we want to build stability and prosperity to Northern Luzon, because we understand that it's very important to us geopolitically. We believe that, as you mentioned, that a democracy should build upon a just society. A just society that is equal. Everyone has an equal chance. And we believe in investing in the community, investing in the civil society. So that's why we are strengthening Philippines' civil society, especially in the Northern Luzon. It's not only about the security cooperation. It's about community to community, people to people, civil society organization to civil society organization. So Japan, Taiwan, and other fellow democracies, we can help. We can fill in the gap. We can fill in the vacuum.
Nancy, or Jonas, do you have anything to add?
Sure. I mean, I can't agree more with what you have just said, because again, like, this is the most important and guarantor for support and democracy, because the other impact that Trump's foreign policy is sending out is that chilling effect around many countries around the world, that even before they get pressured They try to fall in line because they don't want to wake up in the morning and be slammed with, 25% tariffs. And that has an effect that would somehow, even if not intentionally, would support transnational repression. And that would lead, those leaders would not side with countries like Taiwan. And I want to read to you just like a quote from a Republican member of Congress, anonymously in Politico, said something just, hours ago. It said, they had to learn, and this is about the Ukrainians, they had to learn the hard way that criticizing Trump publicly is just going to backfire in a big way. So these messages is really, it goes beyond just the boasting and the energy of we can do everything in America first and all this. It does send this chilling effect. And the only counter force to that is actually, as you rightly, spot on mentioned, it is the people, not the governments and the presidents, because you can have them as like an alignment with a democracy like the United States, a very established one, and wake up in the next day and you don't have a friendly president, or at least not as reliable as you had. Is the power of the people that would actually lead to put pressure to continue to provide this support and push their governments towards a different, because again, like that chilling effect that pushes for transnational repression, it goes well beyond that. Countries that used to ban surveillance technology, would be feeling more free to do that. People who had like repressive approaches and were like shying away from it would be able to go on and do the same. So I think you just like really agree with you on that, and this is really crucial.
Thanks, Tim. Well, I think you put it well. So I would actually return to the question you had on pro-CCP narratives, and I think we should, as the Vice Minister was saying, be really bold. One, first, of course, insist on our own freedom of speech. And then also, therefore, I want to maybe highlight another local Taiwanese, Li Mingche, who did as a sort of enlightened Chinese on the mainland about Taiwanese democracy. He did end up in jail for it, for things that he'd put on Facebook. But I still think that sort of shows how afraid, basically, even though we often talk about the CCP as almighty and powerful, they're used to a controlled society, so they don't actually function always that well in open societies. They try, but they're much more used to that. So that's also their reaction. So I think we should also take the battle to their home ground, which we've forgotten for a while because we now only keep talking about, which is an important topic as well, how can we get penetrated by CCP narratives, but I think a little bit more confident and then actually more trust in people like Li Mingche that actually go out and try to tell the Chinese about there are other options, way to live your society. It doesn't have to be this way controlled by one party. So that was maybe my point to you on that.
Thanks a lot. We'll go to Doken here.
Hi, I'm Dolkun Issa. I'm the former president of the World Uyghur Congress. We know that Taiwan had very nice experience transition from authoritarianism to democracy, and at the same time also maintain economic development. But we have seen some other countries, particularly in Central Asia, for example, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, they are also after the Soviet Union collapse, they are starting democracy. We have, that time we can imagine, we thought this country also some democratic process, but this transition we can see now after 35 years, more than 30 years, this not successfully, not going back. More authoritarians, maybe a lot of reasons. What is the reason? Why? Is Taiwan so successfully? Since other region, other country not successfully? And another question, how big, and this, because of the Taiwan transition, civil society playing major role. And what is your suggestion to the civil society, to other authoritarian country to peace transition? Thank you.
Taiwan's democratization took a very different path from other transitions. We don't seek some immediate result. With patience, we gradually build a civil society first, and then we have the political transition to democracy. Likewise, in our pursuit of transitional justice, we adopt a very similar route. That is, we use patience, with compassion. We understand. I mean, everyone is a victim of a dictatorship. And I think it's with that kind of compassion, we gradually bring in the agenda. So I think we take a longer, more detour, but I think finally you will bear fruit. So for those countries, I think every country is very different. Because of historical context, we had the luxury to sort of start democratization, but not in a very, very rapid way. It took almost a decade. And we wait until the strongman passed, then we finally achieved. And before his death, he announced that allowed the opposition party to become legitimate. I think patience is something that we have. So that's also the patience we are going to deal with the turbulent international environment nowadays, and to build real alliance. And that just like the civil society, normally is a women's rights organization, it's about environmentalists, it's about LGBTQ community. They form an alliance. They have a disagreement. So we debate. We use the democracy, a democratic way to achieve democracy. We don't suppress each other's opinion. I mean, that's why, I mean, today's ruling parties, they have different factions, different ideas. It seems to be very chaotic. But that is what we see as the beauty of this. We see the beauty of patience. We see the beauty of going slow. It's okay. As long as you have your vision there, you will achieve your goal. But admittedly, we have a pretty good context and the environment at that time. We are at the almost very end of the third wave of democratization. So we learn from others. We learn from Portugal. We learn from Latin America. We learn from even our neighbor, South Korea. Yes.
Thanks very much. The woman right beside Doken.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Ji-Hei Kim. I am from the Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada. Since the theme of this plenum is democracy and justice, my question is about Taiwan and what it can learn from the events following December 3rd martial law in South Korea. So, as we've seen in recent days and weeks, there's a surge of actually supporters of President Yoon who are vocal against his impeachment. And in parallel to that, we now see a South Korean constitutional court rushing in with a verdict with a pace and transparency like that's never seen before. And from my understanding, Taiwan also faces similar challenges with government gridlock, which was actually a backdrop of what happened in South Korea. My question is, how can Taiwan gain in both democracy and justice if something like this were to happen here? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll open it up. Whoever wants to answer.
We hope not. We hope that our political leaders have the passion. They have their own agenda. I think when President Yoon used the very strong resistance from the parliament as his pretext to announce some very extreme political actions. As I said that we are, as a social scientist, I don't really want to talk about culture, but we do have the experience to become. We always admire the Korean people. They are more forceful. When they seek democratization, they are not like Taiwanese people. We go slow, you know. We don't take it to the street too much. We don't stage too much strikes. We learn from Korea's case examples. We always believe that as a federal democracy, we start our democratization process approximately at the same time. Our democracy is resilient, are both resilient enough. So politicians have to be very patient, but also I think the civil society matter. I think at the end, the civil society is the only guarantor for a healthy democracy. And if I may say, again, not in the spirit of our current international environment, but simply by being the first country in Asia to legalize same-sex marriage, you can see that the resilience of our civil society. And this civil society is strong enough and resilient enough to still insist on the very difficult political agenda for the green transition in our energy need. I know many friends told us that you should consider other options, but we still believe and we invest and want to use that to build an industry that is our green energy. So I think that is a demonstration of the strength of Taiwan's civil society. We believe that through our interaction, we always believe in Korean civil society. After all, you are our model. We watch your movie, we copy, we take your repertoire of action. We read your novel. Probably you don't read our novels, but we read your novels about those activists. And there are rumors about how college students quit school or being sort of expelled from school and going to organized labor. That was my dream, but unfortunately, I have no chance to realize dream being kicked out of school and become a union, a labor organizer. But still, I mean, you are our model. So please, let's work together and serve as a good example of how resilient we can be.
Nancy, you have anything to
add? I'm not an expert on South Korea, and but generally, I could be an expert on military coups. I mean, I've experienced one and know what the challenges that are out there. And one of the things, and that goes to, again, just like all other countries, whether they're vulnerable democracies or autocracies, I think one of the dangerous things about having authoritarian regimes is that it immediately makes us fall into the mode of resistance. And resistance is very comfortable. It's a very comfortable place to be because you are just criticizing what's happening, and it is difficult. I mean, I've experienced it firsthand and paid a very high cost, but you're always criticizing and defending and showing what you're exposed to. The most difficult part is building an alternative that you have, you are criticizing the agenda of a certain party or a government. What is our agenda? What are the policies that we are proposing for people, and what alternative vision, what alternative reality are we offering people if they come and join us? Because people can sympathize with you. I mean, if you're a victim of torture or repression or jail or exclusion, but they will come and join you only when they see that you have an alternative vision, an alternative option to offer them than the existing one. And this is the canny way of, authoritarian regimes, who try to, influence, democratic countries, because they give the illusion of an alternative vision. They give that this is, like that narrative that they control, that they show. It's like, oh, here is the alternative. This is why it's not working in your country, because this is that. And I think that, again, like the most strongest line of defense is actually to be internally capable of building something.
Thanks very much. If there's no other questions, I do want to ask Jonas, who worked in DC during the first Trump presidency as a Danish diplomat. What's your advice for allies and partners on how to tackle Trump, how to deal with Trump?
Thank you, Stephen, for ending with that one. We should have put Matt more on the spot earlier as well on that, him having served the whole first term in the Trump White House. Keep it transactional. Obviously, something that can be sold as a deal, and keep it personal. Something where the president feels personally engaged in it. Would be another one. But then, of course, I think there's a big difference from the first Trump administration's version of America First to this version here with territorial expansion.
No way.
That,
Sorry, Canada just won the game.
Congratulations.
I apologize. That's big news. I apologize.
No.
Please forgive the interruption.
I get that. That for Canadian, that interrupts anything about Trump. It's of course a Canadian win. That's it's got to be celebrated firsthand. But yeah, I think those were. I'm happy to continue that conversation over lunch and coffee about how to. I think this will be an ongoing issue for all the countries, particularly Taiwan, of course, also for our Ukrainian friends right now, where we Europeans must do everything we can to sort of step up the support that is likely going to falter from the U.S.
Do we have more questions? Because I have some, if you don't. I wanted to ask Mr. Chen about how you pursue, one of the things that Taiwan is very adamant about is justice in the multilateral sphere. You want to participate in World Health Organization events. You want to be included in the multilateral CPTPP. We have a president now who wants to withdraw from the World Health Organization. So how do you negotiate these asks when the leader of the free world has no interest in multilateral cooperation, has no interest in the World Health Organization? How do you pivot or change the way you advocate for this kind of representation and membership?
No, we still believe in free trade. We still believe in health for all. That's a spirit. And for that, we want to be part of the World Health Organization and the trade entity. We still want to advocate for that. We want to be part, and we think we believe that we can contribute. Just to add on this issue, I think, as fellow democracy, we should understand there is an obligation for us to show to others that democracy is a better form of governance, alternative. Authoritarianism is not an alternative, even though as attractive as it seems to be. So that's why Fan and I wrote a small academic article at the turn of the century. It's about how a newly democratized society deals with a disease. There was a SARS, and at that time we saw that as a new democracy we tend to criticize, but not to sort of build. And we are happy to report that this time, during the COVID, Taiwan society finally find a way to deal with the disease. That is, at that time, we feel a strong obligation that we want to show other countries that democracy delivers. Democracy protects your health in a democratic way, not by knocking down everything. We want to be an alternative to Chinese way of dealing with the disease. I think it was with that kind of awareness that our MOVA at that time launched a campaign, the Taiwan Can Help. We want to help our friends, allies, and those countries in need to prepare, to be better prepared to protect themselves. I think that, nowadays, if U.S. decided momentarily to take a break from the global democracies, that's all right. I mean, we should pick up the rest. We should feel that obligation to stand for each other, as I mentioned. And we should feel the obligation, feel the duty to demonstrate that democracy is truly a better model. Otherwise, I would not spend my 10 years in Vancouver to study democracy was the best model, and that should be history. I mean, there's a value thing there, although it's not really popular nowadays to speak of that.
Just have Nancy have the last word, I think.
No, I mean, it's just like I've been agreeing with you all along and really admiring everything you said, and now I disagree with you about just like if America wants to take a break from democracy, just let it be. Because it would, everything that the United States does, it will affect, without exaggeration, the entire world. Yes. And there needs to be a counter force to that. And just to give you one example of like how this could affect, I mean, Taiwan and any other countries, like one of the decisions that were made over the past long months since Trump became president is suspending the law that bans Americans from bribing foreign officials. This is sending a dangerous message in two ways. One, it is corrupting, and his claim is actually this has been like so limiting for Americans. It really confines them from their ability to compete. But this is the important part that is very easy also to challenge that, because one of the things that Trump always claims that he's pro-American workers and he's supportive of like all Americans, but having an approach like that does not mean that Americans will be able to be more competitive. It means that only the oligarchs and the elites will be more competitive, and the rest of the Americans will be at disadvantages because they don't have enough means to bribe foreign officials in that way. And on the receiving end, when your foreign officials are finding themselves offered a bribe that is allowed by the United States, it is corrupting, and it is going to send really dangerous messages around the world. So I don't think that is, I mean, I know you said it like half jokingly in that way, but I think this is why we need to stay vigilant about that.
We should stay vigilant. That is mostly from the civil society. I will say the same thing 1 week ago, but because of the role change, I have to be more diplomatic for that.
I'll take that from
I'm still a very strong believer of a civil society.
Absolutely.
And that's why we say, before the previous job, I say, if China wants to invest in the Belt and Road Initiative, let us invest in civil society. Better export, better, stronger transparency, accountability. That is want to build a community leader. And I believe in invest in the young community leader. So that's why and how we help the Pacific Island nations to bring their young people here. We believe they are the future. I believe in America, that even though the government says it's okay, or the political leaders say okay, I don't believe that the responsible American, accountable American corporate will do that. And I hope, and I believe that is the case.
All right, let's end it there. We hit a hard stop. Thank you very much, and thanks to the panel. I really appreciate your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bring your bags with you at this time. We have a security sweep during the lunch break.
test, 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 microphone test.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Our next plenary session will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please note of a scheduling change for this afternoon. Our final presentation of the day, featuring the Vice President, will begin at 16:20. Our final presentation of the day, featuring the Vice President, will begin at 16:20. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the fourth plenary of the Halifax International Security Forum here in Taipei. I'm Inka Vat. I'm the host of Taiwan Talks. It's a geopolitical talk show in Taiwan. I'm actually standing in for Peter Van Prague, so he obviously has big shoes to fill, so bear with me. Our theme in this panel is democracy equals partnership, and I think you'd all agree that these are very interesting times for democratic partnerships. Is a new Trump administration upending traditional thinking about democracy and its partnerships? And what does this mean for our alliances, our strategic cooperation, and our shared global interests? Lots of questions. Let's introduce our panel of esteemed guests. Firstly, we have Eyüp Macedoni, who is the Republic of Kosovo Minister of Defense. Welcome, Minister. We have Dr. Tamara Coleman-Witz, who is the National Democratic Institute President in the United States. Welcome, Tamara. And we have, of course, Jack McCain, Blue Sky Vantage CEO in the United States. Welcome, Jack. Okay, so before we get into the questions, I'd like to take a moment to have each of our guests briefly introduce themselves to the audience. So if we could start with Minister Macedoni.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to congratulate Halifax organization for organizing this event here in Taiwan, having in consideration that having these events close to the places where takes part security issue, it's more important than having them maybe in very safe countries, because it's emphasizing the need for more cooperation and more work together. In other words, I am Eyüp Macedoni. I started my military career as a freedom fighter, part of Kosovo Liberation Army. I was part of Kosovo Liberation Army together with my wife, which is here, Arbria. And I joined it in 1998, coming as volunteer from Switzerland, where I used to live before started war in Kosovo, and continued my career as a military officer, regular military officer. Most of my education I did in the United States. I did Command and General Staff College and War College there, and 2 master degrees in the US. And also I was part of trainings in other countries, including Japan, when I did one part of my military training. From 8 August 2023, I was appointed as Minister of Defense by our Prime Minister, replaced the minister that resigned from this position. And now I'm in this position and really proud to present my country, which gained independence only 17 years ago and continuing to build democracy in our country. Thank you.
Tamara?
Thank you. Let me say what a genuine pleasure it is to be here on this distinguished panel and to be here on my very first visit to Taiwan. I'm learning a great deal and really appreciating this convening and the conversation that the Halifax Forum has brought together. So I'm the president of the National Democratic Institute, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit entity based in Washington, D.C. We work in dozens of countries around the world in partnership with our friends in political parties, in parliaments, in civil society. We just celebrated our 25th anniversary in Kosovo, and we're very proud of our partnership with the people of Kosovo and the government there in helping to build Kosovar democracy all these years. We work in a demand-driven way. In other words, we are there to support, to train, to convene our partners all around the world. And so for us, democratic solidarity is a foundational principle. And the freedom of association that is core to democracy is also core to the work that we do around the world. Thank you.
First of all, I wanted to thank Peter for having me. It's a great honor to be sitting on the panel. I sit in the fortunate position of being the least distinguished person on the panel, so glad to make your acquaintance. I also used to teach college-age midshipmen, and I know that the post-lunch period is the hardest one to keep people lively on, so I'll try to keep it lively. I come from a military background. I spent a significant portion of my life as a helicopter pilot in the US Navy. Much of my career spent in Japan, stationed in Guam, Japan, and other areas of the Pacific. I also was fortunate to serve alongside our NATO allies in Afghanistan, teaching the Afghans how to fly the Black Hawk helicopter. So an interesting time to be alive. Now at Blue Sky Vantage, my job is to bring US allies closer together through business. That takes place several continents now. India, Sub-Saharan Africa, spend a significant portion of time in Japan, which I'm very happy for. But the thrust of what we do is to try to find opportunity. Maybe the rate of return isn't the same as you would be if you were purely seeking profit, but to help develop US allies and develop the United States in return through business.
Okay, so I think we all agree a tremendous lineup. Let's now put questions to you all. And what I'd like to cover is both your analysis of what's happening in Washington and Europe, as well as how this relates to Taiwan and Asia. So let's start with Minister. As a European, and I know that you've just come from Munich Security Forum and also the Ukraine dialogue, do you see Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin as forming an alliance? And what does the normalization of US-Russia relations, which is what we understand is happening, mean for democratic alliances like the Transatlantic Alliance, like for NATO and so on?
Thank you so much. I see the relations when democratic countries is doing with any country which is conducting aggressiveness and occupation of other countries. I cannot even call relation and partnership because that doesn't go to each other. Having in consideration that the best and most long-standing partnership is coming when it's tied using values. Because in our history, we saw many times that the partnership based on values lasted long, more time than those that are linked using, if we can say, property interest or daily interest. Normally, we see the aggression of Russia and Ukraine as bad precedent that can be followed by other countries also in terms of occupation of others' territory. And as Kosovo, we supported from the beginning Ukraine on their fight for freedom because they are fighting there for freedom. And we as Kosovo know better than anyone else, maybe in Europe, how important is the freedom. So nothing doesn't mean having better life and good life if you don't have freedom. Without freedom, you don't need economic development, and nothing matters more than being free and having right to live as humankind. And this relation, at this moment, I see that it's not going on long-standing peace and security in Europe,
Between
on establishing,
the US and Russia.
yes, at this stage, at this moment, due to the fact that Russia still didn't have lessons learned from the beginning when they did Crimea occupation and other actions that they did. And I see that they will use this us encouragement for continuing with the same actions against other European countries once the momentum for them comes. And it's not the first time in history of the world that this happened. This happened with Hitler before Second World War, when he was tolerated in the beginning and continued later again. And we see the Russian doctrine of making more hegemonic Russia in the world as very dangerous, and I think this kind of relation at this stage was not at the right time.
And Tamara, how do you interpret, the warming ties between the US and Russia, and what's the impact on democratic alliances?
Well, I'm not sure I would say that there are warming ties. I would say that there have been some conversations. But I think that fundamentally what we see in global politics right now is an emergent axis, alliance between autocratic powers who are working to undermine democracy around the world simply for their own aggrandizement, because undermining democratic powers strengthens their own power and influence. That is the fundamental geopolitical challenge. And I think that either you can recognize that reality or you can ignore that reality, but that is what we see going on around the world. So that doesn't mean that there are never areas of cooperation between democratic and non-democratic countries. Of course, there can be areas of tactical cooperation. But NDI, where we work in Latin America, on the African continent, in Europe, in Southeast Asia, in East Asia, in the Indian subcontinent, we see these efforts by the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party, by the Russian government, to undermine the faith of citizens in their own democratic politics. And that is the fundamental challenge. That's destabilizing, it provokes insecurity, it impedes cooperation, it impedes the ability of governments to deliver for their people. And it is a fundamental violation of sovereignty, of democratic sovereignty.
And Jack, so the theme of this session is democracy equals partnership. So I'd like to get your thoughts on what it is about democracy that makes it conducive to partnerships in a way that autocracy does not equal partnerships. And the Minister touched on this in terms of the shared values.
Sure. Well, I think it was the general that quoted yesterday what the Churchill, democracy is the worst form of government except all the others. And I think that holds true, because democracy is messy, democracy is difficult, and sometimes we elect interesting people to represent us. That's not a comment on this moment in time, that's just a general arc here. But what a democracy does is it allows representation of the people. It allows for people to create their own freedoms and to develop themselves, whether economically, personally. When autocracies cannot do that by virtue of how they exist. And there's a very prevalent narrative right now that is to the benefit of Russia, to the benefit of China, North Korea, that this messiness inherent in democracy is unstable. And therefore, this form of government is, due to its instability, is not a guarantor of security. And I would counter that, because when I leave my house in the morning, I can fire up my cell phone and I can tweet anything that I want about my government. I can go to a club that has a political interest and be represented there. That type of freedom cannot exist in an authoritarian society. And when we exercise those freedoms, they inherently strengthen the democracy around us. So I would be, if I were Putin or if I were Xi or if I were Kim Jong-un, I would be doing everything I could to chip away at those, the view of democracy around the world, to spin the narrative that it's unstable, because that helps me. As you mentioned, that reinforces my worldview, and it makes me a more authoritarian dictator. I want to clearly state, though, that narrative is not true. That narrative is not only harmful, but when we see it, as we see it every day, social media, television, news, whatever, that we should do everything we can to fight that narrative. Because when we don't push back, it's allowed to become the truth.
I could just get Tamara's thoughts on how prevalent you think that narrative is, how much it is actually sticking globally.
Look, there's no question that democracy around the world has faced challenges in recent years. If you pay attention to Freedom House's global rankings of democracy, you will see we're now more than a dozen years of straight decline in democracy around the world. But I think it is important to recognize the fundamental difference between these systems, which is that democratic societies can face inequality, as Nancy was talking about on the last panel. Democratic societies can face security challenges. Democratic societies can face corrupt leadership, but they have within themselves the ingredients to correct those problems. Autocratic societies do not. Autocratic societies cannot even acknowledge that they have problems with corruption or inequality or a lack of economic growth. And really, the secret ingredient of democracy is its ability to self-correct. Now, that's not an automatic process. That's something that relies on citizens and institutions and the rule of law. And what that means is that we have to nurture, we have to cherish, we have to nurture, we have to constantly cultivate the ability of our democracies to self-correct. But I think one of the problems that we face today in building that democratic solidarity is that each democratic society feels itself, in a way, mired in its own challenges without recognizing the extent to which these challenges are shared. And the response to them can be more effective when we reach across borders and lift each other up. We need to have a little more confidence in what makes democratic systems so innovative, so adaptive, so able to improve themselves over time.
And Minister, I'd like to bring you in. So actually, this was something that Tamara mentioned. She asked whether democratic countries, systems can be confident enough in democracy, especially at this point in time. Following Vice President J.D. Vance, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance's speech at the Munich Security Forum and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's speech to NATO, there is a sense that European leaders feel that they're at a turning point. Do you think that this is true, and whether it expands beyond just Europe? Is it about the world? Is it about democracy in the world?
I think, first of all, it's about interest. Recently, we see the changes in global, we can say, strategic environment by focusing more on interest than in values, and democracy is value. I will just take one example when and where democracy worked the best. And this example is exactly Kosovo. The NATO intervention in Kosovo brought one country which is developing democracy and is becoming the most democratic country in the Western Balkans, according to all evaluation that we had recently. And all, we can say, the attacks and attempts to undermine Kosovo independence was to prove that NATO was wrong when they intervened in Kosovo and to help Kosovo to liberate its, and to build democracy. And this is, I think, what I'm saying this is because the war, we can say, against democracy didn't start now. There are years that many countries are trying to prove that democracy doesn't work. And these countries we know are countries that are upholding autocratic systems. And Kosovo was the place where all these attacks came through it, like, because it was, we can say, the most successful NATO and democratic intervention, military intervention, in order to bring a country that is building democratic society, and it's moving toward economic development also. So Kosovo proves that democracy and economic development are going in parallel and are not having friction with each other. From Munich conference, what we saw, if we see the speeches that they had, like Vice President, then European Union and China, you can figure out that they are speaking as they do from 3 different planets. Like, and they are confusing that they are living in one planet. And really, what I'm wondering is that this can continue until we have lessons learned from all acts that we are doing today. I believe that this will not last so long because, as I said in the beginning, all this partnership based on interest are alive until interest is alive. And all partnership based on values normally will last more and more long. And I believe that this will be failed, you can say, attempt to undermine democracy because at the end, civilization, like humanity, did a lot of developments today at the stage that it's very hard to come back and to accept something that we passed a long time ago. So economic development, technological development, and many things made the world different. And it's very hard to self-isolate yourself and create partnership with only countries that you are sharing interest at this stage. Where is the world now? You cannot develop your country by basing your partnership with interest when you use technology in our world and you are dependent on every citizen of the world.
Mara, let's move to this part of the world, Taiwan, Asia. So when we look at what's happening in Ukraine, and we see that possibly Ukraine may end up giving up that territory to Russia, which is occupied by Russia, how do you think Taiwan should be looking at that, given Taiwan's under threat from China's expansionism?
Well, look, I think when it comes to the conquest of territory by force, that is a principle that's rejected not only by democratic states, but by all United Nations members. It's a core principle of international relations, and it is one because it's critical to global stability. There were periods in world history when it was perfectly acceptable for governments to go around acquiring territory through conquest. So
how do we reconcile what's happening now?
Yeah, so I think that this underscores that the imperative of supporting Ukraine in its quest to maintain its sovereignty in the face of this Russian aggression, it's not just a question of supporting a fellow democracy, although it is supporting a fellow democracy. It is also supporting a core principle that has been critical to peace, global peace. The fact that Russia overrode that principle, by the way, in Georgia, in Moldova, and then in Ukraine, without pushback, I think has expanded instability, expanded conflict on the European continent. So to me, that just demonstrates how critical, how fundamental that principle is, whether you're a democracy or not. frankly. And but I think taking off from the minister's comments, you know, one of, for me, the takeaways of this last day of conversation has been how much larger, more well-established democracies have to learn from the experience of smaller democracies. In the previous panel, there was a discussion about whether we should talk about large states and small or strong states and weak. And we shouldn't assume that small states are weak. Here in East Asia, I think we have seen Taiwan, we've seen the Philippines subject to this kind of malign Chinese influence, Chinese threats, destabilizing activity for years. And we've also seen, both from governments and from civil society, the development of effective responses. Some of the first innovations to combat malign influence campaigns in the media came from the Philippines, came from Maria Ressa and Rappler, and the work that she has now done to train journalists around the world. So I think that we need to sort of expand our envelope for democratic learning and democratic resilience, and look at the experience of all democratic states in the face of this kind of assault, so that we all learn the lessons that we need to learn to be effective.
Okay. Jack, I do want to come back to China and Xi Jinping. How do you think he is looking at what is happening, the world events, Washington, you know, Moscow? What is he making of this? Does he see it as an opportunity or a threat?
I shudder to try to crawl inside anybody's mind, so I can only suppose from the outside. But if I were Xi, I would be looking at the rhetoric coming out of the United States on all sides, partisanship aside, as an opportunity. Self-isolation isn't the right word, but our current rhetoric is doing a good job of forcing our allies to reassess how they're going to build partnerships in the future. That's an opportunity for Xi to make the case that China is a good partner, especially in Europe. Economically, we can sell you cheap cars, and we can help you solve your infrastructure problems very inexpensively. So it's an incredible opportunity. The US has done great in the space of trying to make up the gap that we have had in the economic development space, especially in Europe, to help kind of remove some of the Chinese influence. We have utterly failed in sub-Saharan Africa to do so. So if I were Xi, I would look at any instability as an opportunity. I think that there's a prevalent logic in Washington that somehow we're going to fracture the relationship that has been built through the Ukraine conflict between China and Russia. Chinese weapons and Chinese tools are making their way to the front in Ukraine. And there's going to be some kind of neo-Sino-Soviet split, Sino-Russia split. I don't think that's going to happen.
Why?
I think that relationship is strong, and of course they share a border, but the US and Europe are not going to fundamentally change. We are not going to cease being democracies, and the fact that we are free societies is a threat to any authoritarian nation. So sure, can we get them to compete on interests or in economic development or business? Absolutely, but it's some grand strategy of having a Sino-Soviet or Sino-Russo split, I think is a bit of a pipe dream. So I would be very pleased if I were Xi right now. I would be very displeased that this forum is taking place in Taiwan. And I would also be very displeased that this is not meant to diminish Taiwan in any way. It's just the relative youth of their democracy. The kids are teaching the parents at this point the strength of the democracy in Taiwan and the messaging that we have seen simply by sitting here at this conference as to the value of a free society is a threat to the Chinese Communist Party and to Russia as well. So I would be displeased that this is happening, but I would see any instability, whether NATO, US, or across our allies, as an opportunity to make the case that, look, we're friends, we can cooperate here.
And Minister, in terms of NATO, do you believe that what's happening, which is essentially the US has said it needs to refocus on the Indo-Pacific, Asia, do you think this actually could be a trigger, or is being a trigger, for greater cohesion and greater strength in Europe?
What I gave the right to this administration in the US, it's that they emphasizing the need for more investment on defense and security in Europe. Maybe I'm coming from that background, but I see that Europe didn't do so much on building their defense capabilities inside of Europe. And depending all the time on US, it didn't work so much on really creating stability in Europe and long-standing peace and security. In this regard, I can really justify the request of Trump administration for more investments in defense. And I can illustrate this today. For example, Kosovo today is building its factory to produce ammunition, and France still doesn't have that. So in all this environment, not building and not investing in defense was, I think, wrong decision from Europe, and especially also in being late and slow on supporting Ukraine. I remember being part of Ukraine Defense Contact Group. I was witness of discussions that we had there, and it was pressure all the time from United States to European countries to support more Ukraine with weapon system and with other needs in order to make Ukraine ready to win the war. And we didn't see so much good movements in the beginning until I think Europe figured out that administration in the US will change. And we see many times in our history, even in Balkans, the slow movements of Europe to solve internal problems. Because at the end, all these are internal European problems, we can say. We see also this problem today in Balkans. Today, Western Balkans is not part of European Union. Even geographically, it's in the middle of Europe. It's kind of being Kansas out of United States. So that is kind of a leaving space for uncertainty and insecurity in future. This because of, we can say, bureaucratic approach of European Union toward solving not just security but also other issues. I see that NATO really should have more cohesion. Cohesion is maybe an essential element keeping NATO together. But at this moment, with all these changes, having cohesion is possible only if European countries will invest more in defense and taking more responsibility inside of NATO. So we prize in Kosovo a lot United States support, but we really had neglection from European Union on taking its role inside of NATO. And I see the strengthening of military capabilities in Europe as good approach toward having maybe much stronger relations with the United States according to security in Europe, but also globally.
Right. So Tamara had mentioned, if I could stay on, Minister, actually, about small democracies being able to teach large democracies a few lessons. I'm wondering whether Kosovo and Taiwan can deepen their security relationship. Do you think that there is room, scope for that?
I had the opportunity these days to meet a lot of Taiwan government officials, including Minister of Defense of Taiwan. And we see a lot of opportunities to cooperate together, also in defense part, especially having in consideration that we are facing similar threats, and even we are facing similar and same weapon systems, because Serbia bought a lot of missiles and weapon systems from China, and those systems are just in the border with Kosovo. And having in consideration this, we see that there is opportunity to cooperate a lot with Taiwan, especially, as you mentioned, having in consideration that we are continuing to develop democratic society in our countries, having in consideration that democracy is the best mean, as was mentioned here, to keep stability in the region.
May I actually add something to that? I think that there is a fundamental feature of cooperation between democracies that we really need to have greater appreciation for. And some of what I'm about to say comes from my experience in the State Department in the last administration, working on sanctions enforcement against Russia for its aggression in Ukraine. I was working very closely with countries around the world, with European countries, but with countries in the Middle East and elsewhere, to ensure that the sanctions we were putting on Russia were effective. And you can't do that alone. You need to do that in cooperation. Other parts of the State Department were working very closely with, again, not only European partners, but partners around the world to source ammunition and other supplies that Ukraine needed to fight the Russian invasion. There were others in the US government working with colleagues around the world on seizing Russian assets. There were others who were working together on sealing our own economies against corruption from Russian wealth coming into our countries. We are much more effective doing this when we do it together, and we're able to do it together even on things that get really to the core of our national security, like our defense industrial complex. We can do it because we trust each other. There's a certain level of trust and transparency between democratic governments because our debates are visible. Our decisions are clear, and they come through institutions, so we know that they're not going to change on a dime. And that allows us to cooperate in a much more reliable, effective, long-lasting manner. The Russians and the Chinese have an alliance of convenience right now, in which they're helping each other because it serves each of their own interests. But I have no doubt that occasions will arise when those interests conflict. And when that happens, they will stab each other in the back. The democratic alliances that we have built through decades have a value for each of us and for the collective that we really shouldn't underestimate. So when we look at things like how much European countries spend on defense, or how much Taiwan spends on defense, it's not just a question of hitting a particular target. It's about what's the collective impact that we're able to have when we do this, as you said, Mr. Minister, in a cohesive manner, in a strategic and a planned collaborative manner. I think that the gain from that is going to outweigh anything that you get from a tactical Russian-Chinese partnership.
Interestingly, one of the concepts is for Ukraine to have a collective security guarantee, Jack. And I do understand that the Chinese are considering participation in that. What impact would that have?
A destabilizing one. I think that Chinese participation in any security guarantee with Ukraine would be probably a net negative. You know, it's not fair to say, hey, what's the angle here? But they have done everything they can to ensure that the conflict has not gone cold. They have not been as outright supportive. You know, they're not sending troops like North Korea is. But why do you think North Korea sent troops in the first place? It was, I would bet you, dollars and donuts that it was at the Chinese behest to do so. So I see it very cynically, having spent much of my military career on the other side of this issue. But Chinese cooperation would find some way to leverage their own self-interest and then probably do everything they can to keep the situation as unstable as possible. So I would, if I were European, if I were in NATO leadership, I would not want anything to do with a Chinese security guarantee of Ukraine. So.
All right. I guess, Minister, just to get your final thoughts on that.
I believe that really we should go back to the stage where NATO cooperated together, when United States was leading NATO, but we need more, you can say, European defense development inside of NATO. Otherwise, I don't see that other actors can really support on this, especially China and others that prove that they tend to destabilize more than to stabilize something, because it's in their interest normally. And what I see also, maybe this is out of question, but what I see that will jeopardize our future in the world is that this autocracies, that autocratic systems that we have in the world, very soon will evolve to the oligarchic societies. Because autocracy either will produce oligarchs or will end up in democracy or any other system. Because autocracy is based on autocrats that are leading that autocracy. And most probably these autocracies will produce oligarchic systems in the future that will be also something that we have to wonder now.
Is it easier said than done, though, to work together to have a collective agreement? I'll give you one example. So in terms of the peacekeeping force, I believe only the Brits have said that they would be, maybe France as well, willing to actually put troops there. Several other countries have said no.
I think Minister of Defense of Ukraine was very clear in the last meeting. He said, we really don't need democratic countries' troops in Ukraine. We just need support with money, with weapon systems, political and diplomatical support, and we will continue defeating Russians in the Ukraine. So he was very clear on what he was demanding in the last meeting. And I see that at this stage, it's much important to have this cohesion on continuing supporting Ukraine than thinking on deploying any troops, because Ukrainians prove that they are able to fight and to win the war.
Okay, thank you so much to the panel for the questions. We'll see if there's any questions from the audience. Yep, this lady here.
Thank you. My name is Ji-Hei Kim. I am from the Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada, based in Vancouver. My question today is about the panel's theme, partnership. Partnerships are based on shared values, but more often they're based on shared threats. So my question today is, do you think that Taiwan, along with its regional security partners, US and Canada, but also Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines, to name a few, share a level of threat perception that is high enough and focused enough to overcome the discrepancies in the capabilities of these states? Thank you.
Mara, would you like to take that question?
Well, I wanted, Dr. Kim, if I can just ask a clarification. Are you talking about a military alliance? Is that where you were going? Yes, security. Okay. I mean, maybe we should address that to the defense experts on the panel.
Maybe Jack, yeah.
I would say that one of the most notable things since the end of World War II happened last year. That Japan, South Korea, and the United States sat down for a trilateral talk. The reason that so much painful history was overcome for that to happen was because of those shared threats. That Chinese action in South China Sea and in the region at large has forced nations that do not necessarily want partnership to come together to combat influence. Australia, an excellent example of, you should be familiar with the scandal that happened in Australia where Chinese were essentially attempting to buy politicians. And it turned the population against China, and now the US is selling Virginia-class submarines to our ally in Australia. So they're doing our work for us, which is great. Now, should this materialize into a security alliance? I'm very pro-security alliance, so I would say yes. I would say that, that nations, especially South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines, most notably, are taking the responsibility for their own defense incredibly seriously in ways that some NATO allies are not necessarily doing so. They're forging their own path to confront what they see as a security threat that is existential. I think that the U.S. would do well to continue the partnerships, to continue to strengthen the partnerships that we have, militarily, economically, between our partners in the region, Taiwan included. I think that we may need to reassess our one China policy. I know that's very controversial of me to say out loud, but I think that that policy is schizophrenic at best and would be well to be reevaluated. But at the end of the day, the U.S. doesn't have to live here. That the nations here are in the neighborhood. And so anything that they can do to continue to foster cooperation and more security cooperation together is good for the United States. And the last point that I'll make here is the enforcement of international norms, especially freedom of navigation, are vital to the U.S. as a democracy, but also to the region itself. Norms are like air. When you don't have them, you really miss them. So every single day, we should be doing what we can to reinforce those norms, such as Canada did a week ago by transiting the Taiwan Strait. Long-winded answer, but...
No, that's okay. Minister?
Yeah. I think I agree totally because I think need more depth and more close cooperation in terms of defense and security when you have to deal with actors that are ready to conduct aggression. But we don't really see the same level like threat because we had experience from Balkans, former Yugoslavia. Serbia started the war in Slovenia. All other republics knew that something and someday that will happen to them, but we were not able to create this because we didn't see at the same level of threat. And I think because usually we like to take easier path than harder one. But from history, I don't like to rely on analogies, but from history, many times when you have aggressor around you, that aggressor will start occupying and using domino effect with all countries. So I think being together at early stages, it's better than becoming together when it's very hard to manage the situation.
Okay. Gentleman here.
I'm Nirmal Varma from India. My question is to Dr. Kaufman. You know, there's a growing trend towards what we call illiberal democracies. Where do you place them? You know, a leader is elected by the normal electoral process, often on a majoritarian agenda, and then adopts authoritarian tendencies and fiddles around with institutions. So may I invite your comments on this? What does one do? Where do you grade them?
Yeah, thank you. As I'm sure you're aware, this is an increasingly common phenomenon, right? From my perspective, electoral democracy does not survive unless it operates within a framework of liberal rules. And by liberal rules, I mean things like equality under the law, free speech, freedom of association, free media, right? Those are the elements of a democratic society that, that keep an elected leader from from expanding their power beyond democratic bounds. Those are the things that keep an elected leader from changing the rules to advantage them so that they never lose a future election, right? So we have to have those liberal rules along with our electoral process. That's the first thing. But the second thing is, I think we can look at some cases, even just in the last year or two, and see how important it is that elections, we all think of elections as the heart of democracy, and they are, but elections bring democratic outcomes when institutions and civil society are working together. So in Guatemala, where you had for a number of years an increasingly corrupt, autocratic, elected leadership that was using the prosecutor general and other tools of the state to disadvantage political opposition, when they had a presidential election and Bernard Arevalo emerged from a multi-candidate process, it took the courts and it took civil society staying in the streets, both of those things together, to see President Arevalo inaugurated, to take power and begin a reform process to repair the damage wrought by that corrupt, autocratic-leaning leadership. You could say the same thing if you think about Senegal, which had elections last year. Macky Sall, former president of Senegal and head of the African Union, was playing with the idea of maybe staying in power past his constitutional term limits. And the Supreme Court, Constitutional Court, ruled that he had to hold a democratic election, and the opposition and civil society mobilized in the streets to reinforce the norm, to your point, of term limits. And it was the two together that led Macky Sall to accept the court decision, hold an election, and peacefully turn over power to the opposition leader who had been in jail 2 weeks beforehand. So my point being that liberal rules aren't self-enforcing, right? What keeps democracies operating is citizens who insist that politicians follow the rules. And that is why ultimately, like my mentor, Madeleine Albright, I'm an optimist about democracy, although as Madeleine would always say, an optimist who worries a lot. But what I see around the world in those cases, in Poland, in Bangladesh, is citizens insisting that the democratic rules be respected, even by people who have been elected over and over and over again. And that's what keeps democracy going.
I think we've got time for one last question. Yep, okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Nabe Watanabe from Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Tokyo, Japan, and appreciated the very good discussion about the partnership for democracy and value. Very hard question is combined with the security. If, for example, the Taiwan or Japan, these democratic countries actually are very critical to the U.S. security. We call the first island chain. if that's going to be the falling under the influence of China, like I would say Finland in Soviet Union, under the Soviet rule, Finlandization. That's actually Japan is seriously try to build up our own capability too. So my question is such kind of things. So how influential, how serious trouble to the Asia Pacific, Indo-Pacific, or all over the world in the democratic value? I'm simple question, but a little bit complicated. Thank you. Anybody?
First of all, I don't ever see the Finlandization of Japan coming to pass. I think that Japan has seen the writing on the wall. We had a conversation a couple of days ago, or yesterday, about, I was in Ishigaki staring at Taiwan a couple of weeks ago. And Japan is very seriously building the civil defense and military capability on that island because of the threat that they perceive from the Chinese. So while I think that and China is facing its own internal issues with demographics, with their economy slowing. They just recently had to juice their economy again to keep it running. So the worry of Finlandization, I don't find to be one that is credible. That does not alleviate the responsibility of Japan, of Taiwan, of the Philippines from providing for their own collective defense and ensuring that they have strong internal democratic norms. The only way that you can counter the Chinese narrative against a free democracy like Japan is to be the exemplar of democracy. And so Japan has an incredibly robust civil society, and I think that they are the exemplar, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't continue to be.
Okay, that's time up. So I just want to finish by thanking my panel, Asia Baccioni, Tamara Coleman-Mitz, and Jack McCain. Thank you very much. If you can give them all a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to you too.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Our next plenary session will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats at this time.
Oh, that's great. Who likes to follow the Beatles? I mean, geez. It's like in the old days, no one wanted to follow Otis Redding. But anyway, that was one of my favorite videos from the Halifax last conference in November, so I'm glad they showed that again. My name is Stu Magnuson. I'm the editor-in-chief of National Defense Magazine. Quick plug for the magazine, since it paid for my airfare here. National Defense was founded in 1920, just after World War I. We are almost 105 years old, and it is published by the National Defense Industrial Association, Washington. And just kind of like note for Jack over there, Admiral McCain was a frequent contributor back in the 1960s of his opinions, and he had a lot of them. And so it's available at Barnes & Noble in the United States, but here's the good part. You don't need to buy it or even subscribe to it. It's free online, no paywall, and at nationaldefensemagazine.org. So I hope that little plug was quick and painless. So I was on the airplane thinking about what I'd do in a quick introduction, and I thought I'd be really clever. Since we're in Taiwan, I would bring up that old Chinese curse, "May you live in interesting times." Then I, yesterday, decided maybe I ought to check that out, and I looked on the internet, and according to the World Wide Web, there was never any Chinese curse, "May you live in interesting times." That's a complete myth, apparently. So that kind of ruined my introduction. But I did mention that there was another saying in Chinese that it's better to be a dog in a peaceful time than be a man in a chaotic period. So I think we could all agree that whether it's interesting in the ironic sense of the phrase or chaotic, which seems to be the case, that we are convening here at a very interesting time. So I have a very esteemed panel here to talk about these interesting times. And so here to my right, we have, let me make sure I read this right, Mr. Wang Tingyu.
Yes, I am.
Convener, Foreign Affairs at the National Defense Committee, Taiwan Legislature. Next to him, we have Ambassador Paula Dobriansky. Senior Fellow, Harvard Kennedy School, Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs. And at the end, we have General Wayne Eyre, former Chief of Defense Staff, Canadian Armed Forces. So, this is your kind of last opportunity to ask questions. So I'm going to take a page out of what Steve did earlier and maybe just throw a couple questions out there. And then this is your last chance to ask some questions. A lot of the questions I wrote down have been asked multiple times over the last day and a half. So, but they have not been asked of this panel. But I'll leave that to you, whether you want to continue with some of the threads we've had. So I'm going to leave it a very broad one. We've been here a day and a half, and we've touched on a lot of things that I've already mentioned. So I want to just ask the panelists if there's anything that we haven't touched on, especially for the theme of this panel, security and defense, that you would like to bring up and mention that, and we'll just start here with you, Mr. Wang.
Okay, it's so honored to be here. Let me introduce myself first. But the saying you quote is not from Taiwan. We don't say that. We don't say that. Okay. Well, but I still hope you can enjoy the interesting moment in Taiwan. And the longer you stay, I can assure you, you can have a lot wonderful food and beautiful memories here. You got friends here. And I'm the legislator. I saw my colleagues over there. I'm a senior member in Defense and Foreign Affairs and the Intelligence Committee, also chair. In Taiwan, our system is a little bit different with the other countries' parliament. There are only 8 committees in our legislative yuan, our parliament. And my committee includes military issue, defense budget, foreign affairs, intelligence bureau, overseas citizens, and veterans issue here. So I've been to Arizona to see our pilots in Luke Air Force Base. I met Senator McCain over there, and I'm a big fan of him. And so about what we are talking now, let me move back a little bit. When I was young, I served in Air Force, in air cargo, C-130 air cargo. And back then, Taiwan military training program is old-fashioned. It's something learned from Soviet Union. And in Taiwan, especially during 5 decades threat by China, but we don't have a real battle experience. So move faster. When I served in Air Force, when I was in boot camp, I only shoot 6 rounds bullet use my rifle. Then I finished my training program and shift to Air Force. So at that moment, around 1980s, there are more 2.3 million reservists in Taiwan. And enlist military personnel, almost 500,000, but lack of training, lack of modern equipment. We don't have chance to have bilateral or multilateral military exercises. So since President Tsai Ing-wen, when she became our president from 2016, we modernized our military training program. And thanks to our good friends, United States or NATO, we sent 2 battalions to United States since 2023 to take the whole new training program. And we hire a lot of instructors from NATO or from United States come to Taiwan to training our special forces and our Air Force, our Navy, even our rookies, our mandated service young men. So we modernize our training program. We extend our mandated military service time from 4 months to 1 year. And now the rookie in boot camp, they are going to training to use rifles at least 800 rounds during the training session. And when they deploy to different units, there will some specialty exercise training project waiting for them. And we try to modernize our equipment. In asymmetric equipment, that's important. Drones, or we regard submarine as some kind of strategic in asymmetric equipment we are building now. And we try to procure modernized battle tank. Before this year, our battle tank, 60 to 40 years old. It's old, older than my grandpa. And last month, M1A2T shipped to Taiwan. HIMARS come to Taiwan. And I believe the next, this year, F-16V will deploy to Taiwan. So we modernize our equipments, we modernize our training program, and we send our young men and women to United States to join those multi-country military exercise, to learn experience, to know how to communicate with our allies. Because in the past, before that, even we got some commitment from our allies, say we have commitment, solid, SAC-like commitment. But commitment cannot do things. We need principles, programs, and a military exercise, and find if that works, then revise it, then exercise it again, then revise it. If we don't have plan, we don't have exercise to verify if that plan works during peacetime, how can we count down we can cooperate and during the worst scenario time? So we emphasize that since last year. And we try to increase our defense budget. From Tsai Ing-wen administration, our former president, our defense budget increased 80%. And I do believe you know this message. Our President William Lai, he will increase our defense budget to higher than 3% of our GDP. And I hope we can convince our opposite parties, our friends in Legislative Yuan. So increase the budget and modernize our equipments, and we conduct new way to train our soldiers. The target, the goal is not only to defeat PLA. In this region, the real enemy is conflict itself. We try to deter war itself because it's our home here. We try to be ready to deter the worst scenario happen, and it's never enough. We were working very hard on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Ambassador. Same question. Anything you want to bring up that hasn't been brought up yet?
Right, well, thank you. First, let me say, Peter, to you, Peter von Prague, thank you. It's just a real treat to be here, to have Halifax and Taipei. For me personally, I actually visited Taiwan when I was, I think, 19, 20 years old, and I stayed in the old Grand Hotel, not this Grand Hotel. But it's, for me, a real treat being here because of also seeing how Taiwan has evolved over these decades. I'd like to say a number of things about democracy and security. And I'd start with the basic premise that I know all of you know, and you've heard so much about. Democracies don't go to war with one another. And the question is, why is that? The reason is, first, that democracies share common values. It doesn't matter one's history, maybe difference of culture in different regions, but the fact is that there's a sharing of common values. Values of respect for rule of law, for one's sovereignty, one's respect for human rights. Basically, there are rules of the game, and towards that end, there is respect for one another. The second component that I think is important for this concept of democracy and security is the issue of shared goals and priorities. And I've been very struck since I've been here in Taiwan and having the chance to hear a number of the officials speak and hear what they have to say about their goals. And it's been pointed out very clearly, what is it that we share in common? We want stability and security in and throughout the Indo-Pacific. And now I'm just speaking of this part of the world, but it's a shared goal. And for the United States, for those countries here who are like-minded, that's what we are seeking. It's a common goal and one that brings us together. Thirdly, it's interesting to me, but there's been a kind of evolution on the question of alliances and partners. Particularly in this part of the world, I have witnessed over the last, I'd say, decades, really the burgeoning of alliances, not in the traditional sense of NATO, but actually in what one could constitute or consider as flexible alliances around which countries mobilize in support of common goals and priorities. Prime Minister Abe of Japan was the one who initiated the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue in 2007. And he said that Japan, India, US, and Australia must come together to counter Chinese aggression and do this via an annual military exercise, the Malabar exercises. This started and evolved. Admittedly, during these decades, it had some fits and starts. There were some shifts politically during that time. But then it got elevated, actually. During the Trump administration, it got elevated to the ministerial level, and then in the Biden administration, they raised it to the head of state level. And I mention this because actually that framework has been an important framework. We've also seen the rise of AUKUS. Just like the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, AUKUS is also geared towards the preservation of security stability in this region and as a counter to Chinese aggression, as a type of a deterrent. And then the other interesting component is you also have various alliances of which the United States isn't part of. Australia has an alliance with India and Indonesia, actually. And then there are others that have been mentioned. I won't go on. But simply to say that's a third element that I think is important to point out, that there are these arrangements that are galvanized by goals of trying to deter aggressive action, particularly on the part of China. Let me do just a sidebar. There was one of the dinners last night, which was conceived, and the title was NATO in Asia, or Asia in NATO. On the first part, we decided that NATO in Asia, well, NATO has decided to have actually a physical, if you will, presence here in the region as an indicator of its interest in the challenges posed here. That doesn't mean that NATO's mission has changed. No, it's the same. But it does indicate that there's concern, again, about aggressive Chinese behavior. As for the other part of NATO in Asia, Asia in NATO, for that, I think I've answered that. I think right now the region has really looked at these kinds of arrangements that are targeted. They address specific kinds of security concerns, and I think that's a plus. Two last comments, and I'll end. I wanted to mention in this mix that actually, in terms of security, security is not only defined by military power, but I'm going to mention another one that Admiral Mullen, when he was chairman of the Joint Chiefs, focused on. And it was significant that he focused on it. He said, it's not only about military power, but you have to have economic power. And that's something also that I think democracies share together as part of a security and looking at one another. Yes, there's competition, 100%, as we know, and there are ebbs and flows about that. But also there's dialogue, there's discussion about the give and take and how to balance things out. Finally, I would say that in this particular domain, I think another component that's worth highlighting is that, and this was part of a discussion, I think, in the last panel, is the question about what's happening for those that we are up against. Well, it was conceived here, Peter, you conceived it, the CRINCs. I've been using your acronym, and the CRINCs. So the interesting element there is you have the CRINCs, but also the question is looking particularly at China and Russia. I would question, there's that alliance or alignment, if you will, but also, as we know historically, there have been many tensions. I think that there's a kind of endurance among democracies. There might be family fights, as just in any family, But there's a kind of enduring relationship, a kind of bond, a tie, which I don't see among the Krinks.
Thank you. General, over to you. What do you want to talk about that we haven't touched on?
So I want to talk about hockey. How about that game? Yeah, I had to get that out of my system. You know, Peter, thank you for the invitation. Thanks for dragging me out of retirement and back to HFX. I've spoken at HISF a few times, and it's a wonderful opportunity. I am not going to be as optimistic as a number have been. In fact, my worldview is a little bit more pessimistic. And I've been saying for a number of years now that we are at a turning point in history. And the way that we're turning doesn't look particularly good, because I think we're moving away from the rules-based international order. You're seeing the norms of that order being eroded all of the time. Yeah, the norm of territorial sovereignty, the norm of not rattling the saber with nuclear weapons. That order is changing into something else, perhaps another order or perhaps disorder. And what's causing it is a confluence of threats in the security environment, causing a polycrisis almost, with crises stacked upon crises. We see the alignment of the Fab Four, great video, which shows that. We see democracies needing to be more aligned, and wedges being formed between democracies. You know, you factor, or you layer on climate change and what that is causing, and pre-existing fault lines being exacerbated. And then add on the rapid acceleration in technological change, just giving us a whole host of new capabilities to cause problems. So I believe we are in a globally integrated security environment where all aspects of security are closely tied together. Military, economics, information, health, human migration. You know, some of the military capabilities have global reach. You know, think space and cyber. You know, the space enterprise, when I was still in, getting the intelligence briefings on the space threat, that was by far the scariest, and how our global economies are so dependent on that space enterprise and just how fragile it is. So as we go forward, the future is very uncertain. The outcome is very uncertain. Will the rules-based international order survive? Will a liberal order survive? Or are we back to great power politics? You know, the Melian dialogue, if you will. The strong do what they will and the weak do what they must. Are we going to see a fragmentation into regional blocs? Fragmentation of international organizations that have been so powerful since the end of the Second World War? Are we going to see security dilemmas, which will lead to further nuclear proliferation around the world? And all of this, how do we protect democracy? You know, the future scenarios that we can think of, and I got a pretty active imagination in this, as I imagine many of you do, but it all leads to uncertainty. We don't know which way that's going to go, which way the future is going to go. But I do know that one of the hedges against uncertainty is being strong, you know, having hard power, having democracies aligned to the greatest degree possible. You know, just going back to that hard power, and I've seen this around the world, weakness breeds miscalculation. Going back to alliances and friends, our competitive advantage is we have friends. The other side, the Fab Four, they have clients. And there's a fundamental difference in that. Shared values, we have trust, and we got to do all we can to protect that. That's never been so necessary. So in the back room, Stu asked me, and I thought your question was going to come about defense investment. And we've seen some numbers being thrown around, 3%, 4%, 5%. And it's always bad to ask a general if you think we should be investing more. You know, my answer is yes, but to a certain extent. You got to remember why societies were formed, why civilizations were formed, why human communities in prehistory came together, and that was for collective security. And that is the first role of government to this day, is to make sure that their form of government, in our case democracies, can be defended. But it was also mentioned this morning that we come from the rich world, and we take a look at the correlation of national power, the population, the size of the economies. Defense investment has to be in the context of the threat, and to take a look, what is enough? I'm not a fan of a percentage of GDP. That is an input metric. We need to be looking at output metrics. That's readiness and capabilities that those resources provide. And in a threat-based assessment, what readiness and capabilities do we collectively need to be able to address that threat? The challenge is, going back to what I was talking about a little bit earlier, about the fragmentation of democracies, if we go farther apart and we have to go it alone, what we're going to have to spend goes up. And so that speaks to the power of the collective us, of working together, of alliances. It may come up in the questions. I could dive into what Canada is doing about this in terms of where we need to invest, what our geographic focus is on. And I can also dive into military professionalism in a democracy and how some of the challenges we're going to see going forward. But I'll save that for the questions. Thanks.
Well, I'm not going to waste any time. Actually, I wanted to talk about the 3%. Obviously, it was talked about in Halifax in November quite a bit about Canada. Came up quite often, and we have the pledge. Unfortunately, the rhetoric out of the White House now is 5%. So the goals are moving up. When some countries are struggling to get it to 3%, suddenly there's talk about 5%. So yes, first the question is that real? Obviously, Taiwan could never spend as much as China. PRC, it would be, I don't know what the number would be. I'm not a mathematician, I'm a journalist, so. But again, you brought up, are you spending that 3%, 2.5% wisely on the right things? Veterans Affairs is often lumped in there. I don't think people realize that. And you got to take care of your veterans, obviously. But, that's not really same as buying a tank or a jet fighter. So your comment first, Mr. Wong, on the 5%.
Yeah, if you serve in military, we hope we can get more. But first, we increase our defense budget not because of someone request, based on what we need. This is our country. We manage it. Look at Ukraine. I don't know how many percent they spend on defense, but I do know when the conflict occurred, 37% of GDP. 37. Even we double and double our defense budget, it's still much less than that. So, peace is noble. Peace is much low cost than war. So, when I put my answer to your question, I would like to say how we defend our country and why we have to do this. It's related to the topic today. I'm from south part of Taiwan, Tainan City. It's the first capital in Taiwan. Historical, beautiful, delicious food. Wall Street Journal named my city food museum. If you come to Taiwan, never been to Tainan, south part of Taiwan, it's pity. You gotta come. And all the 5 nano process semiconductor manufactured by TSMC in my city. We dominate 96% in global market share. Okay, my house just across the street is Tainan Air Force Base. I have 3 sons. My youngest one, when he was a kindergarten little boy, in the morning when we ate our breakfast, we can hear the sound like the jet engine noise. Even my son, 5 years old, he knew. Yeah, PLA come to harass our ADIs again in the midnight, in daytime. When we go to school, when we go to work, they come to harass every day. It happens for years, decades. It's our daily life. So when sometimes you come to Taiwan, you think Taiwanese people, maybe they are numb about this. You cannot feel the nervous psychological situation here, but we do know threat is over there. So why we want to protect our country? Under this giant autocracy threat like China, actually it's quite easy and convenient to become another autocracy. When you are under threat, yeah, let's pick one smartest one as a king, lead us to fight against that. But no, Taiwanese people pursuing democracy, sacrifice life, we defeat white terror, and we establish the vibrant, we're proud of that, the democracy in this island country. We want to preserve this system to my son, to my grandson. We want to have our children live in a country has freedom of choice. That's why we spend our money on defense budget. And we will calculate how much we need and using that in the correct way. And now there are 23 million people in this island. If you look at the map, Taiwan plays a very crucial strategic position in first island chain. Whoever occupy, control this island, that one can control West Pacific, Philippine Sea. And because we are beautiful, because we are important, we are valuable, so we are living a miserable life under threat for 100 years. So 2.5, 3%, or 5%, we depend on how we spend that. We will, I'm from the ruling party. So my president, these two terms president, Tsai Ing-wen and William Lai, they emphasize to improve the life, the dormitory, the personal individual equipments for our soldiers. We want our soldiers to be proud of being a soldier, not a killing machine. You are defending your country. You are protecting your kids, have freedom of choice. That's democracy. If you ask teenagers, ask a college boy, ask them if they want to be annexed by China, they will answer you, no. We don't want to live that way. We don't want to be anything like Hong Kong, anything like Tibet or Uyghurs. So that's a choice. So for now, our GDP, because some of our friends from DC, they like to calculate that. But we spend more on training soldiers to reform our organization in our military unit. Smaller elasticity, higher survival ratio, and our decentralized commanding chain, decentralized communication system, and try to get more equipments can protect our soldiers' life. And we are an island country. If the shortest distance between Taiwan and China is around 150 kilometers away. So when they launch a full-scale invasion toward Taiwan, according to the speed of their fleet, almost 5 hours. And before they put personnel and resources on the ship, on the amphibious assaulting boat, it takes 60 or 100 to 100 days to do the logistics things. So how to delete this threat layer by layers missiles, drones, in asymmetric weapons, and how to make China realize if they dare to launch a full-scale invasion towards Taiwan, they are going to lose a large portion of their soldiers on the sea, and they are going to fail. When they deliver limited personnel to the seashore, we are ready for that. So Taiwanese people is the most kind and peace-loving people in the world. We don't like war, but we are under the curse for decades. Hawaii is too far, China is too close. So we have to protect ourselves. And we will spend our defense budget on personnel, on our how to delete, erase layer by layer when they launch a full-scale invasion, how to improve our communication among units and between Taiwanese military units and our allies. And we want to spend more on bilateral military exercise with our allies. I cannot say which country, but we want to do that. And those signals delivered to Beijing, they will realize if once they make some stupid decision, they are against the democracy union, then maybe we can postpone the conflict occurred until God solves autocracy in China. So, sorry, it took so many time to explain this, but I want to point out one last point. Before 2013, strategy ambiguity provides some kind of convenience to engage China and Taiwan both. But if you look at Ukraine, misjudgment, miscalculation is the potential risk. When you misjudge something, like Putin think he can conquer Ukraine within 72 hours, then he start the war. If Xi Jinping made the same judgment, going to kill global economy. So how to deliver, convey clear message to Beijing? Don't do something like that. Otherwise, you will fail, and the price will be your chair, your power. Then we can deter a war. Communists, they don't care about human lives. They don't care about sanction, economic sanction. They don't care about that. The only thing autocracy they care is the king himself. So maybe in diplomatic way can keep vague over ambiguity. But about security, when PLA is too cocky, when Xi Jinping got his third 5-year term, and moving toward the fourth term, he want to be king of that kingdom. No one dared to challenge his opinion. No one dared to provide second opinion to this dictator. Maybe from outside, from those democracies, from United States, can deliver some clear message to Beijing. Then we can deter these aggressive military activities happen every day and lead to the worst scenario. That means human life. We don't want that happen. Thank you.
General, I'll...
May I also answer the question?
Of course,
too? Okay,
sure.
If we go down the line. I just have 3 quick points. The general mentioned the phrase peace through strength, and I think that was important. I worked in the Reagan administration, and that phrase was coined by Ronald Reagan. And it's something that really loomed large then during the heyday of the Cold War, because the argument was, if you are strong militarily, then you are going to be able to have a very strong deterrent, and you are going to be able to preserve peace. And it was the underpinning of our strategy. That has come back in terms of US policy of peace through strength. I wanted to highlight that. Second, your question was, does 5% work? It's worth noting, actually, there are countries that are almost on the verge of this. I go to Poland quite a bit. Poland is at 4.7. Poland has committed absolutely to 5%. Why? Because it's on the front lines there, and it wants to have peace through strength and wants to have a deterrent that it's going to rely on for itself. Interestingly enough, Poland's large. Who's next? Estonia actually is. Lithuania, Greece is also in this upper category. And my third and last point that I'd like to just make, I remember I just went to the Munich Security Conference, a number of us were there. I remember years ago that when he was Secretary of Defense, Jim Mattis was the speaker. And I'll never forget his words and the speech that he gave. He said, look, here, why aren't all of us investing in defense at the level and have fair and level burden sharing, that it's not on the shoulders of just one country? He's referring to the United States. And he said, if you are not investing in your defense, you're telling us that you're not investing in your future generations. I thought that was a core concept relevant to this question about future of countries and what they invest, how they use their monies.
Yeah, ironically, I've heard if you're playing a kind of a fantasy game of Risk, Poland now could ironically probably beat Germany if they were in the attack. Two democracies are not going to attack, but just interesting point. So generally, there's two things there. There's the 5%, and there's also some of Mr. Wang's comments about, you know, if China attacked, they'd have a very bad day. You can comment on either of those or both.
So the question is 5% for what? And so doing that threat-based assessment, what do you need based on your the alliances you were in, your own national position, the threats that you face? Maybe 5% is not enough. But what is enough to deter, and if deterrence fails, to defend you and your allies? I'm about 6 months out of it now, but NATO, over the course of the last number of years, have completely revised their war plans. The DDA family of plans, deterrence and defense in the Euro-Atlantic area, a set of war plans that determines what force structure is required, and from that plan, going to resourcing and assigning each country, each member country, capability targets. And intuitively, I don't know if the calculation has been done, but that would go up to 3.5% to be able to do justice to what is required to defend NATO. Now, I'm not an expert on Taiwan. It would take a lot for an invasion. You know, let's face it, we're looking at a distance 4 times that of the Normandy invasion, rough seas, and not the internal road network that Normandy had. It would be a significant undertaking that with tremendous risk. But going back to strength through power, it's human nature that you don't want to attack a hard target. Yeah, we saw this at the tactical level. I remember in the former Yugoslavia with the UN flag that we were flying becoming a target at times until we started shooting back. And then we provided that hard target, and the shots did not come as frequently then. The same in Afghanistan. We rolled out in Kandahar, rolled out the front gate in a strong convoy, showing strength. We were much less likely to be ambushed than some of the less hard targets that were rolling around.
Thank you. We got about 15 minutes. We're going to have a hard stop today. So, Admiral.
I'm Admiral Retired Nirmal Verma, Indian Navy. My question relates to the rule-based international order, which is something which brings predictability between states and a more stable order. If you look back historic, and what's important is that the states need to have a stake in it, particularly the major powers. If you look back in history, then you find that the 1815 Congress of Vienna, post the Napoleonic Wars, when they had this meeting, France, which had laid waste on Europe, was invited and took part in the Congress of Vienna. And the order which came out of it ushered in 100 years of peace in Europe. It didn't happen after First World War. Many believed that there was an opportunity in the post-Cold War period when Soviet Union collapsed, possibly. So my question is, like, today, do we need to have a repeat of the Congress of Vienna where all powers sort of define what they would like out of a new rule-based order and then adhere to it?
I'm looking at you because you mentioned you rules-based order first.
Well, for a simple answer, I would say yes, but getting there far more difficult. You know, so for example, UN Security Council reform. Do you think you are ever going to have agreement to make it larger? So you've got other powers that could come in that rightly should have a seat at the table. Yeah, I think it's needed, but is there the willpower to be able to do that? I am skeptical.
I'll just add to that. I wanted him to go first because you did reference it in your opening remarks, so as a courtesy to you. But I think that's the point. The point is, we know that players internationally aren't abiding by rules. Let's just take, because we're here in Asia, I don't know any country that doesn't criticize China for not playing by the rules in the trade domain. I mean, just totally. There's the comment always about the reform of the World Trade Organization and how, you know, if you have a country that just doesn't play by the rules, well, how can you have those sitting at the table? Because you'd question, are they ever really going to abide by rules? Tragically, I'd have to question whether that would be doable at this time with those players.
General, you said whether great rivalry, politics started or not. But, Xi Jinping and the Communist Party of China has said by 2049, they want to be number one. Mm-hmm. Now, Graham Allison, Thucydides' trap, done research and concluded that out of 16 times, 12 times, right, whenever there was great power politics, is decided through war. So there are 75% chances that there will be war between America and China. Now, Davidson window clearly says that by 2027, China's naval power will be greater than America, and and then they might take some action on Taiwan. So that's been confirmed also by the former CIA director, and many do that. Now, in the last Halifax Security Forum, Senator Risch said that President Trump hates war. He doesn't want to send any American troops anywhere. Now, by 2027, if America doesn't send their troops to Asia, to Taiwan, what will happen?
So the Thucydides trap, very deterministic. The chance of play and probability means that it won't necessarily come to pass, especially if you actively work against it. If you believe that China is set to become the world power or a global power, given its economic challenges, given its demographic challenges, and given all of the other internal challenges it faces, maybe this won't come to pass. That being said, studying Thucydides, using that lens for international relations between nations, very, very valuable to have that historical analogy and to know what to be watching for.
My answer to this, first, Xi Jinping has made some, we name that Xi Jinping's agenda. 2027, that will be PLA 100-year anniversary. And he set up a goal. He wants to establish PLA army as a single superpower in this region. That means can exclude all foreign interference. So based on the goal, they building destroyers. They are manufacturing a lot of equipments, carriers, and start 2014. They start a long-range joint military exercise to West Pacific. Since then, 2014, PLA using their air force their destroyers go around Taiwan from Miyako Strait, Bessy Channel, to the West Pacific, east side of Taiwan Island. Since then, and now every week they have joint military exercise going down over to the north, go through the Taiwan Strait every week. And 2 days ago, Canadian destroyer go through the Taiwan Strait. China criticized that. You cannot come inside because they want to make Taiwan Strait become inner water. So they have planned on this. So that's Philip Davidson's gap, 6 years. The day he mentioned this is 2027. We don't predict war here. We want to deter it. We want to ease the situation. But we need to notice that once in autocracy system, once the leader set up a goal, the whole army, the whole military, they will put in everything they have. Sometimes they steal money from that program. They put everything in to reach the kind of requirement by the highest super leader. So we notice that we are against this kind, but we don't compete with that. We try to establish in asymmetric capacity and our platform to defend our home. And global atmosphere, international alliance cooperation means a lot to deter this. Otherwise, look at the Philippines. They sent 200 shipboats to harass Philippines EEZ. They shoot 5 missiles toward Japan EEZ. They using the jet to leak the gasoline, harass Australian helicopters. It's not unique incident. In the mindset to PLA, Xi Jinping asked them, prepared to start a war. So they are in the wartime. We are in the peacetime. Different kind of mindset, causing different kind of behavior and outcome. So we notice that we need to do our best readiness to deter that. And maybe 2027 is just a year. Maybe it's worse situation happen. We don't know, but we will try our best to stop this kind of situation.
All right, we got time for maybe one, maybe two more, but just real quick. Yep, you got the mic.
Yes.
You got the power.
Thank you. Well, first, and I'm happy to see you, Mr. Wang, and I'm Dolkun Isap, former president of World Uyghur Congress. We met on the online, but first time. I use this opportunity and express my deeply thankful for you play major role to adopted Uyghur genocide motions in the Taiwanese parliament. So thank you very much. And once Xi Jinping said, if we liberate and announce in Taiwan, we should educate Taiwanese people and we should open re-education camp. But most of the world not very take attention for this, but very dangerous word is this. Because today, Chinese Communist Party and hold and the re-education camp, so-called, in the East Turkestan and Xinjiang, 3 million people in the concentration camp, so-called re-education camp. 1 million Tibetan children in the boarding school. Hong Kong's democracy is over, and Hong Kong actors. Yes. So it is why I'm saying this. So entire world just watch it. So just condemning is good, but before this evil, do something should prevent, preparation for prevent this dangerous. No, in the Taiwan sovereignty is under dangerous. So yeah, is budget for the defense increasing is good, but I believe it's not only this defense budget not used as buying a weapon or industry, developed industry, and also educated people. How is it, I believe no, quite high number of the Taiwanese young generation, particularly support of Kuomintang, still not really realize how dangerous Chinese Communist Party. So do you think the whole preparation of the Taiwanese young generation, and I think it is a time Tibetan, Uyghur, Hong Kong, we have a good experience. No one.
We need a question.
Yeah, but just 1 second.
All right, we need a question
Okay.
if you want an
so
answer.
Do you think it is a good time? Is more cooperation, Tibetan, Uyghurs, and Hong Kong, because we had more experience, we understand much more than other of the security phase.
Okay.
So do you have any preparation, cooperate together, not only educate Tibetan, Taiwanese young generation to outside of Taiwan, in the globally, and they really tell the true face of the CCP?
Thank you. You got 30 seconds. No, I'm kidding. You
The
probably have
answer is
about
yes.
2 minutes.
The answer is yes. I'm the former chair of Human Rights Committee, and Fan Yun, the legislative fan, she is the current chair of Human Rights Committee. Yes, we have to do that, but it's not because of try to defend Taiwan or not. It's human rights. Democracy is supposed to do that. We will do that.
Okay, thank you to my panel. Like I said, we got a hard stop, but the good news is conference is ending. We have a lot of time for discussion and questions off the record later this evening. So again, thank you to the panel, and thank you again to Peter. And that's that. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is JJ Omojua from Nigeria. I feel privileged to introduce one of my favorite leaders. The New York Times described her as one of the most influential ambassadors in Washington. And indeed, her past role in the US won Taiwan friends and admirers across the aisle. However, today, she has an even more important job, which is to work with President Lai Ching there to defend Taiwan's democracy amidst the many threats it faces. Vice President Shao comes from a unique upbringing in terms of family, career, and politics. Born in Japan, she grew up in Tainan, and we heard all about how beautiful Tainan is in southern Taiwan before moving to the US, where she graduated from Columbia University. She returned to Taiwan in 1996, prior to Taiwan's first ever democratic elections for president. She served in both foreign affairs and as an elected member of the legislature, having seen Taiwan's politics from both abroad and the grassroots. She navigated Taiwan's relationship with the United States during President Trump's first term, and later during the Biden administration, where she won praise from across the aisle for her professionalism, candor, and expertise. And in 2023, I understand with a bit of personal sacrifice, she returned to Taiwan as President Lai Ching-te's running mate, winning a historic third term for the DPP. Friends and allies, let me welcome Vice President Shao.
Thank you, JJ, for the introduction. And thank you, Peter, for bringing this event to Taiwan. Thanks to the sponsors and all the distinguished participants. And by the way, as on my way walking in with Peter, I originally had a Canadian maple leaf pin, but with his advice, I exchanged it for a bubble tea, an emblem of Taiwanese hospitality. But I'm pleased to welcome all of you here, and certainly honored to have the opportunity to say a few words in closing at the 2025 Halifax Taipei Forum. I see many friendly and familiar faces, and I want to thank you for your presence here, which demonstrates a shared interest in global security that is also grounded in our shared values. This event marks the first time that Halifax Forum has been held in Taiwan, and this not only represents the international community's recognition of Taiwan's efforts towards democracy, freedom, and peace in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond, but it also bestows upon Taiwan an even greater responsibility in safeguarding these values. We're gathered here at a critical moment in the global geopolitical environment with some fundamental consistencies, but also dramatic and rapidly changing variables. The challenge for me to close this particular event, in addition to trying to avoid being too repetitive on what has already been said here, including by President Lai yesterday, is to frame a very in-depth discussions that you have had and incorporating the very complicated strands of global challenges we face today into a very short 5-minute address. That's the challenge. But although unfortunately I haven't been able to personally attend and join the full discussions here over the past couple days, I note that the topics and the agenda covers how democracy brings opportunity, resilience, justice, partnership, and security. The agenda of this event, in the context of today's geopolitical environment, seems to bring us to a convergence on the need to frame a shared effort, and for now, let me call that effort values-guided realism. Essentially, I want to highlight that values do matter. As leaders, practitioners, and policymakers in global security, we do believe in the inherent supremacy of democracy as a system of government that empowers humanity to strive for peace. But at the same time, we must be clear-eyed, calculating, and realistic when it comes to effectively optimizing the tools to counter totalitarianism and aggression. Every day, tragedies of war and conflict around the world remind us that we cannot be complacent and we cannot take peace for granted. There is much work to be done, and there is an urgency for action. This is exactly why President Lai has proposed the concept of 4 pillars of peace, which focuses on strengthening Taiwan's defense, building economic security, enhancing partnerships with democratic nations, and exercising steady and principled leadership in cross-strait relations. Putting these pillars into action, Taiwan has sought to steadily increase our defense budget and implement a series of defense reforms across the board. Among them are efforts such as enhanced professional, conscription, and reservist training, prioritizing asymmetric acquisitions in our platforms, and setting up a Defense Innovation Office to leverage our people's innovation, technological, and industrial output capabilities for national security. To be clear, we are facing increasingly sophisticated and intensifying hybrid threats toward our democracy from the CCP and PLA, in addition to daily incursions, which are dangerous in the aerial and naval domains into the Taiwan Strait, across the Taiwan Strait median line and into our ADIZ that poses threats to our security, we are dealing with daily cyber attacks, cognitive warfare, and diplomatic bullying aimed at compromising our economic and political security and undermining public confidence in democracy. Hybrid threats warrant hybrid solutions. And we know that there is no better deterrent to aggression than our own society's heightened commitment to self-defense. As he stated yesterday, President Lai has taken an initiative to expand stakeholder contributions to our country's resilience by establishing and personally leading a committee called the Whole of Society Defense and Resilience Committee. This initiative aims to fortify our country's energy, cyber, financial, communications, and infrastructure resilience, and assess the requirements for medical and food stockpiles. While Taiwan is no stranger to natural disasters, such as earthquakes and typhoons, we understand the need to support enhanced training for civic defense and relief organizations. Furthermore, seeing economic resilience as an integral part of our national security, this administration has highlighted its promotion of trusted industries, or industries that thrive on trust and reliability for their success. Among them are semiconductors, AI, next generation communications, defense, and security industries. We stand ready to partner with like-minded societies in all of these areas, contributing to global technological advances and prosperity. In today's complicated global security environment, history's evolution brings us to the front lines of defending our values and these interests. In my own political, where I've seen and experienced lots of ups and downs, I don't think there's been a moment like this when I felt such a profound impact from global events afar, with such dramatic fluctuations between crisis and opportunity in the world around us. In our language, we speak of crisis as associated with opportunities, or wei and ji. So it may sound cliche, but I've frequently spoken of adopting tactical lessons from my feline friends, or a survival necessity of nimbleness as we navigate the global strategic complexities and challenges. In other words, we need to be able to occasionally camouflage in shadows, but also jump several times our own height. We need to tread softly and cuddly, but with our claws sharpened and prepared for a good defense, and to further hunt and pounce on opportunities of prey. In relative terms, Taiwan may be a small country, and yet our people's diligence, innovation, and resilience have enabled us to punch above our weight as a force for good and progress in the world. We are all too familiar with asymmetry, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that as countries around the world are pursuing their respective courses for greatness, Taiwan also seeks to be strong at great. Taiwan's strength, let me emphasize, is not a diplomatic marketing ad. It is a realistic and indispensable requirement for sustaining peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. In other words, an investment in Taiwan's strength is an investment in peace. So since we are at the Halifax Forum, let me close by paraphrasing something I heard from a visiting Canadian senator yesterday, a Canadian. and apply it as a message that is also very much relevant for Taiwan. That is, one must not mistaken our people's humility and friendliness for weakness. In our concept of values-guided realism, we are committed to upholding democracy and freedom, and we are determined to partner with like-minded friends to maintain peace by building strength together. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our official programming at HFX Taipei. Please note the first bus for the gala dinner will leave